Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, October the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. And Tordy, there you are. Perfect. Let's get going. Well, I was looking at this earlier on the pre-market actives up. I was thinking, man, it's been a while since we haven't had one that's over, like several, over 100% up. And here's UPXI to the rescue, guys. UPXI to the rescue. So UPXI right now up 200%. Unbelievable because it had the big day yesterday. It got up to what did it get up to? About 850 or so, but closed way down here at 3. Now it's breaking above yesterday's high and recent low or recent reverse split. And they put out some kind of a press release that they're railing against apparent stock manipulation. So that is the reason why UPXI is going crazy today. So yeah, that float, yeah, I mean, look at the float, 760,000 in the float. Man, it just popped through 10. Yeah, just seeing now, look at that. It's now apparent or visible, the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. It was way up here. So it is now a little bit above it. 200-day moving average is 966 right up here. Of course, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Crazy. Oh, well, guys, MNPR from yesterday. I don't know if you recall. See that green line on my chart? So, I left around what, 230? 235, and I was saying, if this could have a late day run, and look what it did. I wish I could say that I had a lot of shares and got in right there and got out right there. Can't say that, but did take a little, didn't do too badly on it at all. And that's the MNPR. I was waiting for a 25 break or 20, I think it was, yeah, about a 25 break. And it basically got up to 38. So, traders, that's what we're looking for today. What will be today's possible MNPR? I mean, we're not saying that we're going to get one that started at $5 and got up to 38 today, but that's what traders look at. Will it be the UPXI? Now, MNPR had news yesterday. UPXI, I mean, we can call it news, but with the company coming out with a press release talking about stock manipulation and all, but it's not quite the same as what MNPR had. At any rate, you never know. So, what else is happening? It's hard to take your eyes off this one though, the UPXI. Now, BMTX, I didn't have it on my list, and the reason is okay, this is an acquisition. Okay, they're going to be acquired by First Carolina Bank, so that's the reason. It just popped up now. That news was just announced. XPON, XPON, XPON. Don't see any specific reason. I'm just looking at my headlines. I don't see any reason for it. There'll be some reason, but I don't see any reason other than, another low floater, 500, approximately half a million in the float, and that is for XPON. Some earnings plays, guys. So Western Digital, WDC is an earnings play, a known company. So this is an earnings play. And the high in the weekly chart, 74.37. So it's a little bit above that high in the weekly chart. So if it can maintain that room, guys, $80, 80.45 or so is the next high. So this has about $5 to the next high on the weekly chart. And as always, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that could be interesting. UPXI just made another new high. Unbelievable. Well, looking at a weekly chart, looks like it could be coming into some kind of resistance. I mean, look at the weekly chart here. So, I mean, it was easily took out all this on the weekly chart. If you can see what I'm pointing at, So the next highs are right in this area here. Joby did a financing. It's got to go through my list now. Joby did a financing at $5. So that is the reason for the drop, and it's sitting right on the financing price. Had a big few days run, but they've done a financing at $5, which is causing the stock to be down today. See if any of these other ones that I had on my list. Newell, guys, this could be interesting. I mean, Newell's always this is an earnings play, NWL. It has a little bit of room. The next highs are around 9, so it has about 50 cents. It's a big float. It's having a nice, certainly having a nice pop this morning. That's a big percentage move, 18% with that sort of a float. Yeah, I was just going to get to that one, William. So the merger between Capri and Tapestry, the judge is saying no go. And I'm sure they're going to appeal it. But so here's TPR reacting very positively to that news. Why, you might say? Well, some shareholders probably thought we don't really agree with that merger. And so now they're happy that it might be off. So that's with the TPR. So nice news for TPR, not great for CPRI. Look at the drop in CPRI. You can see how that basically flat line for, I guess the merger announcement was back here. I thought it was even earlier than that. But anyway, the big drop now, 47% down. Imagine being a shareholder. That's what I'm saying, guys. Just because mergers are announced, you never know. It's not over till it's over. I mean, it's that simple. You never know until the money's in the bank. Seriously. I'm sure a lot of people thought, well, I'll just hold on to this because I bet you the merger price was a little higher than this. Anyway, bottom line is 50% haircut today. And I somewhat know of what I speak because I got nailed in one of these a long time ago. Not was in a public company, but anyway. Let's see what else. Coor is an earnings play. COUR is an earnings play. Gapping down on earnings, down 21%. Another big move down. I mean, it's a big float, 122 million. Excuse me, 122 million in the float to be down 21%. That is a big move down. This is and it's a lifetime low. This is a lifetime low now for COUR. So NYCB, you're saying that this is I'm still seeing the symbol. So you're saying the symbol is going to be changed to FLG today, okay? Other earnings play, guys, could be interesting. Wow, look at this one. CNC, look at this big breakout here. The next highs, not a lot of room. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, not that far above it. But this is an earnings play, CNC. Skechers, my new favorite company. SKX is an earnings play. My new favorite company after I bought some my first pair about 3 weeks ago, and I was in New York, and man, they super comfortable. So it's an earnings play, and also I think Deutsche Bank has put or Morgan Stanley. I made a mistake. I thought it was Deutsche Bank. Actually, there's a bunch of them. So Morgan Stanley is putting a price target of 84. I could have sworn Barclays has got a price target of 80. Yeah, Deutsche Bank, same as Morgan Stanley, 84. So we have some analysts chiming in on the SKX after it had earnings with some fairly lofty price targets. Fifty cents. Let's see now. What else? I know I have others on this list. Deck, I think, is an earnings play. DECK. Where are you? There you are, up 12%. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, Decker's Outdoor. So more expensive one, but some of you maybe you play options in it. Maybe you buy the stock. I don't know. But Deck is an earnings play. You can see huge gap up. All right, guys, this is another one. ATNF. This was super active a few days ago. ATNF getting frisky right now. Look at the big pop here. Elright completes. Somebody better spell check. Man. Completes the sale of proprietary technology. Okay. So this is launch of iGaming blockchain casino. Okay. So that is the news for ATNF. And another low floater, less than a million. Well, we have less than a million in the float. UAVS was ripping higher, but obviously it has dropped now. UAVS. Yeah. So this one got up to 261. Now it's dropped down to 2. I don't know. I'm trying to look. I don't see any news on this one. Another one that did the letter to the shareholder. This was on this day, a couple of days ago. Yeah, a couple of days ago, letters to the shareholders, saying, you know what, we think we're undervalued and all this. So that popped the stock a couple of days ago, but it dropped right back down. Okay. The news for UPXI is that the CEO wrote a scathing letter about shareholder manipulation. Okay, traders for Jesus. Okay, that's your news. I don't know what they're going to do, but they're going to try to take action against apparent stock manipulation. You don't think the stock is being manipulated now? I'll leave that up to you guys. I think I've covered everything that was on my list. You guys were talking about ELAB earlier. I know this is a super cheap one. Super cheap one. Yeah, so it actually got up to this high right there in the daily chart. Still up 52%. Look at the volume, 117 million. Okay, guys. So the Dow was down yesterday. Nas was up yesterday. So all I really want to look at are the two sectors that were very close to the 200-day moving average. XLE was actually under yesterday. So let's see where it is right now. So yeah, I mean, it closed at the 200-day moving average yesterday. That green line on my daily chart. So it's still hovering around the 200-day moving average. The other one was retail. XRT was moving down towards it. Yeah, it's still moving down towards it. Every other one is well above the 200-day moving average. Every other major sector. Yeah, I mean, there's the 200-day. There's technology. Amazing, some of these moves, isn't it? So there's that 52% now. So ATNF a couple of days ago, not a couple of days ago, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, got up to $8. There is that 200-day moving average for UPXI. It's still just a little bit above it. 9 986, 986. So it's right at it. $10 right now. So it's right at that 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available. Well, they could try to find shorts for me, but if they're not readily available, I don't. I'm not going to ask them to try to find. But you can kind of see where it's stalled right on if you look left on that weekly chart for UPXI, a lot of action right around where it kind of stalled. 1182, what was the high here? 1093, 1140, this whole area right there. So again, guys, Western Digital has some room. So I mean, this is could be one of those ones that once the market opens, it just kind of keeps moving. Especially if the market does this. I mean, the market, we're in for a pretty positive open right now. Okay, and so Western Digital has got that look about it. It's got $6 to the next high. Oops. Every now and then that happens. I lose my top list. Not on my top list. Here's my earnings. There we go. Now, I don't think I mentioned this FFIE. FFIE, let's see what it's doing right now. This has, of course, been a super active one. Now, this has not hit 100. This is a reverse split adjusted. I'm assuming that can't be the float. 430. No, we've looked at this before, I think. Yeah, that float cannot be 439 million in the float. Cannot be. Let me just do a quick check. Another website. Where are you, website? Well, I'm having a tough time finding that website. I got so many things. I've got to get rid of some of these. I haven't looked at them for years. Here we are. Yeah. So the float is really about 12 million, not 439 million, because it's almost impossible for a stock to go up 23% with that sort of a float. And so there was some news on this one, revving up. Middle East, Faraday's new UAE headquarters solidifies EV expansion strategy. Okay, so that is the news for Faraday. Well, there's your high, 807. I'll put an alert there at 807. See if it takes that out because the high the previous day was 1786 or so for the ATNF. And I can see UPXI is starting to drift down now. Probably has to be underneath that 200 day, a little bit underneath that 200-day moving average. Spirit Airlines. I mean, it's moving. I know they said they're selling how many of their Airbuses? Had earnings yesterday, I believe. a couple of days ago. They had earnings a couple of days ago, popped on that, and now I think they're selling 23 of their Airbuses, also announcing job cuts. This is an airline in distress, of course. Save. Yes, I think we have an official greeter now. Penny in our YouTube room, and also Links, which I one and the same person. You can't fool me, Penny, in our main room. There's a job at Walmart's waiting for you when you get older. Well, I think it's because of the reverse split, Scrumpy. Remember now, reverse split adjusted, but look at NEM now. I think this was thought it was an earnings play, but I guess it's not an earnings play. They had some news. I know they had some news. NEM. This was yesterday, I guess. Yeah, this was yesterday. Sorry, this was yesterday. And still moving down a bit. Gold miner. So also, yeah, this was an earnings play also, October 23rd. So fairly recent earnings play. It was post market, so that means the reaction was yesterday. So that was the reaction, yes. Misses expectations, and I think you're right. Worried about costs, etc. So it's a big gold miner. A lot of shares of it. Wow, that was a big. That would have been a nice short up here for Tapestry TPR. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. And another bon matin to you, Asi, in our YouTube room. 4.5 million shares. Or I guess if I were in the States, I go Bon Matin. PWM. Let's see what PWM is doing. Cheap one. A very cheap one. Okay, forget about it. It is under not very much volume. Yeah, it's a pretty big pullback now for that UAVS. Got up to 260, and the high 2 days ago was around 4. Okay, guys, what I want to do now is get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. So give me one moment. I don't like this system. When it does this, that means my system is slowing down a little bit. Okay, guys. I wonder why some days I can move this down to block all this on the bottom, and some days I can't. All right, let's see if anything is sneaking in here. Well, I'll get a different sort on this now. They changed from the close. I see UPXI actually popped up probably above that 200. No, not quite. 200-day moving average again is 986. So it's a little bit below the 200-day moving average, UPXI. Hmm. Well, I guess we forget about Western Digital. WDC is actually, look at this. Look at this. Okay. So much for all those upgrades. Still up 8%, but that is a pretty big drop now. Is the SPY dropping? No, the SPY is not dropping. I thought maybe the SPY was moving significantly down, but it is not. And we're still in for a pretty positive open. Interesting action on the WDC. Good morning, Fustinoni. All right, so there's UPXI. BMTX, I think, is still the one under a dollar, right? No, no, no. I'm sorry. This is the buyout. This is the buyout. So forget about that. First Carolina Bank buying them. Let's see. XPON, which I could not find any news on. XPON, could not find any news today. Had a decent day yesterday. And market still holding that little pop. Let me just quickly look at the economic calendar. I don't think there's anything. So at 8:30 we had durable goods. Okay, at 8:30 we had durable goods. Actually, we do have something. 10 o'clock we have consumer sentiment. So 10 o'clock we could have something that can affect the market short term anyway. At 10 o'clock we have consumer sentiment, and at 11 o'clock we have one of the Fed guys talking, Collins. So really, the next one really is at 10 o'clock, consumer sentiment. All right, so AT&F. So what are the high? You can kind of see looking left, so it's still above that high. I believe that high right there is 546. So yeah, just a little bit above that high. Then the next high is $8, and this morning it did get up to 650. So that is a potential area if it wants to, if it maintains. And there was again, they did have some news. iGaming blockchain casino. Whoa. Sorry, guys. Market's opened. Nobody reminded me. At least I missed it. Oh, I see now, William. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. Caught me by surprise here. Market is now open. UPXI making a challenge at 10 again. And it just got halted. Just got halted. UPXI just got halted. Cheap one, guys. I didn't see this in the pre-market. LYEL. Now, it looks to me anyway, it looks like it's coming into some resistance, getting over 117. The next high would be 122. To me anyway, it looks like there's just too much resistance between the current price and even here, 127. So they did have some news. They look like they're doing some kind of a buyout. They're an acquisition. Opening bar on the SPY looking good. Ion Q now. Ion Q. This is had a nice bunch of days. Has earnings in November. So this is going up in the 10-day daily breakout, okay? And I know I said sometimes I might take these early, even though I don't like to trade in the first 15. I'd have to check this monthly chart to see where it could go before it hits any sort of resistance. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room on the monthly chart anyway, $21. No, I'm wrong. Just give me a moment here. 1660 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Well, when it's halted, you can't do anything. No, I mean, you can't buy it when it's halted. It has to have to wait for the open. All right, guys. Well, there goes the Ion Q. I did not take it. I did not take it. But there goes the Ion Q. You know, to me, these are probably when they're in the first 15 minutes, very quick trades. This is what I'm talking about. 1617, a nice pop up to 1642. But I did not take that one. And look what it did. I mean, it came right back down. Wow, IBRX guys, a lot of volume coming in, a lot of volume. But look at that, right at that 200-day moving average. Okay, that green line you see in my daily chart, that is a 200-day moving average. Oh, from yesterday. Remember this one from yet? I must have had a big pullback. No, I guess not. I think this is the one from yesterday. Yeah, VKTX. Of course it is. Went from 63 up to 75. Well, you're short in our YouTube room. Somebody called user not found, shorting Tesla at 259. Well, this is going against you then because this is an ETF, a two times ETF. So Tesla must be up just about 0.5%, a little over 0.5%. Well, IBRX didn't care about that 200-day moving average, did it? Not yet anyway. NWL now, I mentioned this one in the pre-market. Now it's coming right into potential resistance. Okay, right there. Look at that. 904. ZCAR just got halted on the way down. ZCAR just CAR just got halted on the way down. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, well, it's obviously going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. UPXI. XPON is on the move, guys. XPON on the move. I could not find any news on it, but it is on the move. XPON. This is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt then, UPF for the UPXI. And ATNF did resume. Ooh, just underneath the halt price, 510. Just watching to see if it can regain 510. It's getting the pullbacks. Sometimes I'll take the trade if it can, if it opens a little bit below the halt price, and you can see it open at 485. If it gets back over 510, you're right. I was on mute. So I'm just saying I missed out on the DQ. Missed out on the. Well, the XPON is coming back a little bit. But the China market is, I mean, DQ is moving on its own, guys. But look what it did. I mean, up, down. One of the reasons I just don't like trading in that first 15, even if it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. But I'm sure Pepe is on the support. No, thank you, Pepe. Yes, I was muted. Interesting, William. Yeah, look at that. So if I did open and it's not giving me an opportunity, did not drop down below 999 and did not give me an opportunity to take it, and it's halted again. UPXI is halted again. Uh, well, guys, this is today's MNPR so far. So there's your halt, 1189. $13 is the potential open. Again, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales, time and sales. Well, I didn't see that it went down below 999. Oh, yeah, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna chase something that out of the halt. I'm pretty steadfast. And this could be like the MNPR yesterday. It could just keep rocking all day for a while. Oh, any version, Casey, any version. I mean, I'm just well, I'm not using the free. No, 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 not using the web-based version. No, no, no. I'm using the app, the downloadable application. Link just got halted, guys. LINK just got halted on the way up. Okay, Bitcoin is a little bit weak this morning. I see it's down about half $500. I'm looking at Mara. Mara is a little bit weak. So XPON just got halted. This got halted on the way down. Looks like it got halted on the way down. Ooh, DQ, DQ, DQ. So, it would have been a tough one. It would have been a quick one, taking it from the 10-day daily breakout. But now look at it. This is definitely trading on its own, guys. I don't know what the deal is on this one. It's a China stock, but the China market is not doing this. So I don't know what's going on with DQ. And we're not talking Dairy Queen. 2773 is the next high, so a couple of dollars to the next high for DQ. Well, here's another China stock, DDL, on the move. I don't know if there's something to do with DQ, but DDL is on the move also. Okay, now I'm somewhat interested in this one because it's got some room. Take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, I can't even see anything on a monthly chart. Have to go back a few months. What do we see here? 408 is a high. Four, yeah, 408, 412. Then if it can take that out, 662. So, if it can take out 412, I mean, at least on a monthly chart, there's room to six. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but Meanwhile, look at the market. Market is just super strong right now anyway. Oh, here's another. Wow, look at this one, guys. So this just got halted. TCBP just got halted. Now, somebody's going to have to check that float. Hard for me to believe it's 104, 105 million, but TCBP just got halted. Yeah, JK. Sometimes it depends on the server you're on. And unfortunately, I'm not on the right server. If a stock resumes and then it gets halted, usually within about 30 to 45 seconds, it's not showing up on this server. William, the server he's on, it shows. And I have, so we know it's halted though. It's halted at so probably it got halted around 9:41, a little after. Gosh, look at all these halts here, guys. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. TCBP. Okay, I'm gonna check another site. We have, well, that other site has 500,000. All right, guys. So, well, TCBP, let's see where it could open. Well, actually, the projection is below the halt price, 191 right now, anyway. Again, that doesn't have to hold, but that is the projection. Again, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen that I flash every now and then, okay? Time and sales, Interactive Brokers. Okay, now fun, PHUN, after yesterday's disaster with the CEO basically leaving, that didn't appear to be a planned leave. And so that cratered the stock, trying to recover somewhat right now. Another China stock on the move. Wow, another really good one. We had the alert at 24.25 from my scan, and I didn't take it. I've kind of busy doing other stuff, but I'm also looking at KWeb. I'm not seeing, unless KWeb is jumping now. Not really. I mean, KWeb is, it's up 1.2%. I mean, but the China stocks are moving. Well, PHUN on a 10 break could really get rocking. I mean, I'm going to put an alert here, 10:11 or so, 10:11 or so, to see if it takes out 10:11. Excuse me, because and then the day before that, 1291 was the high. So All right, TCBP just opened and it opened, what was it halted at? 227. So opened just a little bit below it. Month high is 825. Back to my weekly chart for this one. It's pretty ugly. All right, guys, PHUN over $10 now. See, well, it holds 10, guys. I'm watching this really closely now. 10, 10, 11, bid ask. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but certainly over 10 is pretty psychological. But remember, for all the reasons it dropped yesterday, they're still in play. All right, guys, let's see how well this holds 10. Come on, move. I'm talking to you, PHUN. Put a price alert up here. No, took myself out of it, guys. Took myself out of it. Don't like the way it's trading, and that's the PHUN. I'll look at it again if it can get back over 10 in a better way. Didn't have that news yesterday. I'd be a little more inclined to have a little more patience with it, but had the news yesterday with the CEO leaving. So wow, we have a couple of really good ones here from look at the JKS, the DDL. If it can get through 410, I think it's got some room. What did I see here again? I think it has to get through 414. No, I mean, right at critical level right now for DDL 408, 408, and 412, 412, 412. It's right just below that 412. If it can get through 412, and then the next high is 491. Okay, so it's a China stock, so I have to put a price alert. Put a price alert right around 412. See if it can get through that. So again, watch. I'm not anticipating it's going to take that out. It did briefly take it out, but I'm not anticipating it's going to. So I'm not taking the trade now in anticipation. IBRX guys on the move here. This is one from RAI also through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, UPXI. I mean, this is today's MNPR. It really is, isn't it? Halted again. And, it's all about the float. 750,000 or so in the float. That's all about the float. Boy, these two, JKS and DQ, just ripping here. I was kind of hoping the DDL doesn't look like the DDL is going to follow though. Another China stock, but it is not following the same way the other two did. It's a good thing, probably no shorts available for UPXI. Where would you have shorted it? Here, here, here. So kind of like yesterday with the MNPR. Now remember, MNPR, it got halted so many times, and there was never a pullback until I don't know, maybe the fifth or sixth halt, which is very unusual. But when we did see the end of it for a while anyway, we noticed that the halt price and then the next price, the clue as to where it could open was basically right at the halt price. So this could be the first drop. This could be the first drop. Well, I hope you're in a lot earlier, Fustenoni. 1450. Well, I hope, I wish you, hope it works out for you. Here's your projection. I hope it's above that when it opens, or yeah, 10 o'clock. We have some consumer sentiment number coming out at 10 o'clock. Okay, well, it opened and good, good for you. Well, so far, wow, good grief, look at that. So I'm telling you, you got to be awfully careful. I mean, it did get up to 1535, and then it dropped right down to 13. So you got to be awfully, awfully careful. Excuse me with this one now. And I'm talking about the UPXI. Oh man, it just got halted too on the way down. So I hope guys took some profit, or you're out of it, because it doesn't look that good right now. Now I see that our we're seeing this a lot now. Our AI is now a short UPXI. Problem is, I don't know how many people have shorts available. I'll ask William and anybody else with E-Trade or Fidelity, any shorts available for UPXI. There are none at Interactive Brokers. I mean, my guess is that there are not going to be very many. None at Fidelity. Thank you, Blaine. And so no shorts available at E-Trade, Fidelity, or IB. Now, if you've got Centerpoint, you probably have shorts available. You have Cobra, maybe you have shorts available, and maybe Trade Zero. All right, so the numbers came out. So yeah, so numbers are out at 10 o'clock. So market's reacting all right so far. Yeah, Michigan sentiment. Yes, thank you, Penny and William. Numbers look good. VKTX, still super strong, guys. At earnings, earning reaction was yesterday for VKTX, and 75.85 was the high and is still strong. On the monthly chart, looks like, well, they're 81. 81.86 is the next high. So that's $4 away. $4 away. Boy, look at this market just absolutely ripping here, guys. Well, ripping. 581 to 584, and excuse me, on the SPY. Excuse me. And I see even Bitcoin is coming back somewhat. Last time I looked, it was down about 500. Now it's basically flat. All right, UAVS on the move again, guys. It just made a new market high. The high looking left is 396, so there is $1 to that high. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but UAVS, you can see if it can take out three in any sort of way. I mean, it's broken through the pre-market high of 261. It's a very low float, very low float. This is the one where the shareholder basically came up with a letter. A shareholder, the CEO came out with a letter to the shareholders 2 days ago, and to put a real rosy picture on everything. And it certainly worked for a while. Got up to 414, closed that day at 212. Yesterday got right back down to 151 from where that started. Trox is an earnings play, guys. TROX is an earnings play. Let's take a look at this one. Well, there's your high. Your next high is 1376. So TROX is an earnings play. Okay, UPXI just came out of its halt. And again, it got halted on the way down, and I mean, it still may not be completely over, but you got to be awfully careful with it. Where are you going to put a stop? Man, this is such an active scanner this morning again. BTOC got halted on the way down. This one from yesterday, QNCX. This was a very active one yesterday, as I recall. Yeah, I got up to 130, closed here at 119, above the close of yesterday now. All right, Fun is making a little bit of an attempt back at 10. THUN. Whoa, man. So this just got halted on the way up, guys. So it may not be over, especially if it takes out 15. I'm talking about the UPXI. Give me one moment. Yeah, I just put myself on mute for a sec. Oh, I stretched. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, so Charlie, you asked about does you asked a little while ago, does UPXI or not UPXI, but BCT IBRX, does it have room? Well, my recommendation: have a daily chart, have a weekly chart up and running, and just check, look left. I mean, just have to look left. So you can see kind of where it stalled. It got a little bit above that high on the weekly chart, 563. It got it to what, 570? But that's kind of where it stalled. Now, if it can take this out again, maybe it can keep running. The next thing I would do is look at a monthly chart, and on a monthly chart, the next high is 684 or so. So I mean, in theory, it's got some room. Nobody's saying it's going to get to these levels, but that's all I do. There's no magic to it. So I would have a, and that's for anybody, that's all I do. I just keep looking left to see where a stock could keep going until it hits the next high on the daily. If I can't see it on the daily, I look in the weekly. I can't see it on the weekly, then I look on the monthly. That's all I do. Boy, this one, this UPXI, how it is acting a little bit like the MNPR now, in that it looked like MNPR after one of those halts. It looked like that was going to be it for the day, and then it just recovered and it kept moving. So again, this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Got halted at 10:04. No, I'm sorry. This got halted. I'm sorry. 10:05, 42 seconds. What time is it now? Well, it just opened. It just opened. Okay, guys. Oh man. Again, I did something I don't normally do, but oh, brother, you've got to be quick on these. Just got halted. It's going to get halted, I think, on the way down now. No, it did not get halted. Those of you with IB, you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes when you get a little blue dot beside the bid and the ask, that can be a sign that it's going to get halted. Well, I don't know how many people are actually short this UPXI. I mean, there's not many brokers have shorts for this one, and the short float percent is only 2%. So I don't know how many people are short this one really. Again, if you have Center Point, Cobra, or Trade Zero, you probably have a shot at some shorts. But IB, E-Trade, Fidelity, and probably a lot of other, I call them more traditional brokerages, do not have shorts available for UPXI. And that's typical, stocks with such low floats. It's actually very good to not have shorts. All right, guys, 10:13. I think I'll go over my homepage right now and stick around because I'm going to show you the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay. Okay, Fusinoni, we cannot make any recommendations like that. Okay, if you understand that UPXI is incredibly volatile. So when you say is it to hold, I mean you're talking about like holding for days. Well, I mean I'm not going to say no because who knows, it could go to $100. But it's incredibly volatile stock. Okay, so I don't know what you're asking. Is it good to hold or for how long? But look how jumpy it is. It's seriously, you gotta have, you have to manage this trade on your own. I mean, nobody can really help you. It's incredibly volatile. Looks wonderful when you're, in something like this and it's moving higher and higher for you. But remember, as high as these things can go, or as fast as they can go up, they can even go faster down. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, if it takes out this 15, I mean, there's no real resistance in theory. And I'm going to keep repeating this, not just to you, but to anybody else. If you're in this one, you cannot wander away from your computer even for 5 seconds. Okay. I'm very serious about that. UPXI, any of these super low floaters. All right, guys, I'm going to back off this one now. I'm going to back off it right now. Um, again, if it takes out that high, I mean, it could get rocking again, I suppose. But okay, let me go over my home page. Okay, on my home page, you will find. First of all, let me get rid of all these my favorites up here. Not that it's a big deal, but all right. So on my home page, this is what you're going to find. You want to take out a subscription right here, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And as always, if at any time in the future you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. If you do, that really helps to keep the room free. It's that simple. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos. It's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. So what we try to do here is cover all the important aspects of trade ideas in very intense short videos, especially the introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Now, if you're new to trading 101, this is a free series of videos designed just for you if you're new to trading. The stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You will get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. I said this is our user guide. So there's the getting started again. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and stock racing. You'll see I'm running a race right here. Here's how you can create your own race right over here. Price alerts. You see, I put price alerts on my charts all the time. The other one, watch lists. A lot of people like to create their own watch list of symbols they want to follow. Here's how you do it. Okay. Obviously, there's a lot more information in the user guide. You do not have to learn everything. Okay. It's like any other user guide that some of these user guides are huge. Most people don't care about all the aspects of what's in a user guide. But I would take a look at what an alert window is and what a top list window is. Absolutely for sure. Two key elements of trade ideas. User guide, there, getting started series right there again. Now, daily support, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday. It should be Andy. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in our main room. And last, if you're looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit. Here is the middle section. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Some of the ones that you can actually see. I have a lot of scans that I've created. I do not have them all up and running. I do have the biggest scanners from the start of the race right here. Halts resumes, which has been very active over here. Relative strength leaders is here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. I do have a momentum scan that I do have up on my other monitor. Okay. And then this one, my 10-day daily breakout, which unfortunately I haven't been able to pay As much attention to it as I'd like is right here. Okay. So there it is, 10-day daily breakout and the momentum scan. So you can pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. But one thing I will say, don't take a look at them all and have them all up and running on one big layout. You'll have way too many stocks. You'll have information overload. Okay. Position and range, sure. Position and range. Question in our YouTube room from Roman. Well, position and range, for instance, on right here. Let's take a look, see if I can find one that makes sense. If you can see my chart, if you can see my single stock window, so UPXI 79.7%. So what that means is if you had it on a daily candle, okay, at a daily candle, it's in the upper 70, it's within 21% of the high, okay, or 20% of the high. Okay, it means it's in the upper range. There's your daily candle. So it's at 79.6%. If it was right at the high of the day, that would be that would say 100%. Okay, that is now we have a lot of other position ranges, 3-month ranges, 20-day ranges, 5-day, lifetime. It's the same concept. Okay. So if I could have a lifetime candle for UPXI, look at that. It says 11% and it's red. So if I had a giant lifetime candle, it would be at near the low of it. Okay. Okay. Does that make sense, Roman? So for instance, if you wanted to see stocks that were above yesterday's high, okay, you could use our position in yesterday's range. And in the min, you'd put a minimum of 100%. That would mean a stock would be at the worst right at yesterday's high, as an example. We have a lot of position and range filters. So if I do a search and I type in position, you can see we've got position in 5-minute range, 15, 30, and then this is the days range. This is yesterday, pre-market range, 5-day, 10, so if you wanted to see stocks this is what I use here. The 10-day daily breakout means that a stock has to be above the high of 10 days, as an example. Okay. Oh boy, I was toying with the idea of taking VKTX, but it doesn't count. I didn't take it. VKTX. So that in that case, you would use the change. Okay. So I don't know if we've got 60 days but so the question is, how do I see the biggest gainer, say in 60 days or 2 months? So if I right click, configure, this time I'm going to type in change. We'll see what we've got for it. Okay. Whoops. Gotta type it in correctly. I'll see them. So So change in 5 days, 10 days, 20 days. This is what we have. This is what you have to work with. Okay. 50. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. This one, the percentage change. So that's what we have to work with. Okay. The 5, 10, and 20 and 1 year. And what you could do is create a top list with that as a column and then just sort on it. And you'll see, say, the ones that are up the most in 20 days, 10 days, or 5 days, or 1 year. So 20 days and 1 year. So that's what we do have. So, I mean, if you wanted to have it just a minimum, add the filter, and you wanted to see stocks that were up at least, I don't know, 10%, you say a minimum of 10. But what I would do is I'd probably put this as a column or as a in a top list and put that as a column and then sort on it. And then you would see the ones that are up the most, say in 20 days. Okay. Okay. Well, if you're just looking for the ones that are up the most, I would create a top list. That's what the top lists are good at, right? If I right click on this, open the top list, okay, and if I had that as a column, yeah, I'll add it. Well, I'll duplicate it. So if I'm going to add, so I'm going to add that. I'll add the change in 20 just to show you. Okay, change in 20 days. Oops, change in 20 days. Show the column. Okay, show the column. So right now, if I sort on the column, UPXI is 194%. It's moved 194%. Okay, as an example. Fun 194% in 20 days. With these filter requirements, the price range I'm looking at, minimum volume, and all that. So that's what I would do. I would add the column for the various percents that you want. And if you want a minimum, if you want it to be a minimum of 100% or something, you could just use the filter also and put a minimum of 100%. So you're only going to see, right now, because you'll see some negative ones here because I didn't use the filter also, if that makes sense. But if you're looking for the ones that have moved the most in 20 days, right here, as an example, using, between my price range that I like, minimum volume and all that. So just add, all you have to do is just add the filters as columns and then you can sort on them. Okay. Wow. Okay. So KWE is another one that, now how did that KXIN? This has been a wild one in the past. Also, KXIN, what did it do? This got up to, if you believe it, $30 or so a few weeks ago. Look at this market has not had a pullback yet at all. And that's a great use of a top list. Okay. To sort, finding things that are up the most for the day, up the most from the change from the open, things like that. The biggest moves in 20 days, all those sorts of things. Great use of a top list. All right. Speaking of which, well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is exciting day today, as always. This is the format between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern Time, in that I share my screen. I'm live on the mic, Monday to Friday. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3. The main room is usually open. Now, today's Friday. They may close it a little earlier, at around 3:30. It's up to, we've got a couple of people who will keep the room open after I leave. Nobody's on the mic and there's no screen sharing, but there's still plenty of action. And that'll be up to them. And this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. Well, I've had some questions already. Don't be shy. If you've got questions, I'll attempt to answer. If it's a accounting type question, I will not be able to help you there, but I will be able to direct you to the correct parties. Okay. So, what is Trade Ideas? Okay. Well, we are excellent at real time alerting. That's what we're really excellent at doing. So, if I click on this momentum scan, one of the ones that I'm sharing, my homepage, and I right click on it and click on configure, this is what the scan is looking for. I'm going to click on summary. This is what the scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect of the scan. Again, I always say this, there are a lot of, good screening programs out there, but we take it one step further, a major step further, in that we also can do real-time alerting based on your filter requirements. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between one and $100, the current volume is at least three. That means it's got to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Right now it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. Okay. So if all of these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So the last time that happened was the KWE at 10:31 plus 15 seconds. So that's but little over 30 seconds ago. Well, almost a minute ago. Okay. Since then, no other stock has met the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. So if you like the scan the way it is, great, you can have it. Sorry, if you like the scan the way it is and you can have it, this is exactly what I've got on my homepage. But of course, if you want to make changes, you can go ahead and do so. I mean, if you don't like my price range, maybe there's something else about it you don't like, or maybe you want to add a filter, go ahead. This is what I like to see. I'm not trying to force what I like to see onto you. Okay. If you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can do that, of course. This time I click on search. At the very top, you can see the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And when I scroll down, I get to these icons. These are the filters that we have. So if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't get overwhelmed by this. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all those different filters that you see, so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. If you have some experience in trading, yeah, what I would do is I would probably scroll down, and if you see something that you recognize, yeah, you might want to try it. But if you're new to trading, you don't have to learn them all. First of all, if you're new to trading, you better practice. We have a simulator that you can practice trading in. Uses our real time data. Personally, all I use is the new high and the new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters. I like a certain price range, minimum volume, and a couple of other things, and that's it. So that doesn't mean though that the rest that I don't use not are not good. All that means is that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different. I have a very simple trading style. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. So I'm seeing PCT now. I know that's been a very active one, also. Yeah, big active day yesterday, PCT, and has earnings coming up on the 7th. PCT very active, big float, 125. At least we have 125 million in the float. So it's a big float, according to us, anyway. It's above yesterday's high. I'm trying to remember why. I think there may have been some news on this one, but I can't remember what it was. I see Cantor Fitzgerald put a $14 price target on it, so it's above that. But I don't know if that was the only reason. This BCT is continuing to move, guys. So let's take a look at it on a monthly chart and see where could it go on a monthly chart. The next high. Have to scroll back a bit. Okay, so looks like 1592 is the next high looking left on a monthly chart. Okay, and that was back in about 4 years ago, a little over 4 years ago. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high when you're looking left. Hey, here's a little energy play here. Too bad. NOV, I kind of liked it because it was just over the whole number, but looking left. And that red line there, of course, that's the next high on the daily chart, which is 1626. So consequently, I can't take it. See what XLE is doing right now. I mean, with the market, see what XLE is. It's still hanging around. Yeah, so it's still trying. It's trying, but it's still very close to that 200-day moving average. But you can see XLE energy ETF. So you're probably going to get some of the energy plays looking like this. Other one I want to look at is retail XRT. That was the other one that's close to the 200-day moving average. And yeah, it's still above it. All right, so this is an earnings play. TBBK. This is actually from our AI also 4809 on the short. And if you took this one, your next low, I mean, look what it did. I mean, it got really right into that low there, it looks like anyway. 45.75. Yeah, so it got within about a little over 25 cents away from that, okay? So that could be you can see how it kind of bounced off that a little bit, that low right there on the weekly chart. So if you took this short from the AI, I'd be, watching this area very closely. This might be it for a while anyway. Just different time frames. So it sounds like you are very new to trading, Fustanoni, because these are just different time frames: 5 minute chart, 15-minute chart, daily chart, and a weekly chart. Okay, and you probably should have some charts up. I mean, but so that's the difference. Just different time frames. Is that what you meant? These right here. So you always hear me say when most of the stocks that I see are either going to be the high of the day or the low of the day. And so that's why I'm always looking left then. Where could a stock keep going till it hit the next high or the next low? If I'm going to short, I look on the daily chart. I don't see, let's see if there's a good example. See, that's why UAVS was pretty interesting because look at the next high looking left, 396. So, I mean, if it can ever get through three, it's got a shot to this area. I'm not saying it's going to get there as an example. And, I have the 2, 5, and 15. Just gives me a little more confirmation. But yeah, as Rich is pointing out, the D stands for daily, the W stands for weekly. Hard to see this a little bit. I know it gets covered up a little bit, but that's a 5 for 5 minute chart, and 15 for a 15-minute chart. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a while. PBYI, I used to see this one a lot. Biotech. So pretty extended right now. But again, look left on that weekly chart. It has room to 376. It doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least you can take one reason why stock won't keep going up out of the equation, which is chart resistance. Okay. Now, I don't know what's causing this pop here. And the volume is not great. It's 149,000, which is not great. That is 4 times normal. Based on that, you can see it doesn't trade very much. If 149,000 shares is represents 4 times normal, well, you can see it really doesn't trade, hasn't been really trading that much over the last little while. Used to see this one a lot. So again, Lucianoni, I'm using 515 daily and weekly. I would certainly not say this is what you have. Anybody, I'm talking in general now. This is just my preference. Okay. Other people will look at this and go, well, I like 1 minute charts or 2 minute charts or, any other combination. Okay. This is not meant to be the be all and the end all. This just happens to be what I like to see. And that's why you've got to practice. Anybody listening to me, you've got to practice trading because you don't know what you're going to like to see. When I first started trading, I had one chart. I had a 2-minute chart. That was it. And I wasn't looking dailies or weeklies or monthly or any other time frame. And that's a long time ago. But I honestly really didn't know what I was doing. So it took me a while, to determine, what time frames I liked, the idea, the concept behind it. I had to do a lot of practicing. Whoa, look at the ITRM guys. A big pop here. Volume coming in. Almost half the volume is right here in this bar. Half the volume for the day, almost. Well, it's really picking up now. ITRM, something's happening. But look left. The next high is 140. For me, that's way too close. I mean, if we look left on that weekly and say the next high on the weekly was $2, well, then you've got some room. But to me, that's just way, way too close. It's only a dime away until it hits that. Now, just because I see a next high looking left, it doesn't mean 100% of the time it's going to stall there. But the way I trade, I just won't take the trade if I look left and I see a high that's really close. Many, many times, of course, it could just blow right through that, but that's just the way that's my trading style and plan. And there, here it is. I mean, it's right at that high now, and it may blast right through that. 141 is right at that high now. I mean, something is happening. There's some enthusiasm for whatever reason right now happening with ITRM. And look at this. I mean, it may blast right through that. And if it does, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Next high is around 172, 173. So you can see that monthly high right there is the same as that weekly high that we're looking at, 141. It's right there. And the next high is 173. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Through the 200-day moving average also. Key area. I just noticed that now. 136 or so is the 137. So it's a little bit above that 200-day moving average, which is, can be a very, very, if you don't know I mean, the 200-day move, and it halted. I'm sorry, it's halted. As I'm talking about it, it is halted. And it's halted because of news. Ah, this is a news halt, not a, well, this could rock. FDA approves their drug for treatment of uncomplicated urinary tract infections, uncomplicated ones. All right. I wonder how they determine what's complicated and what isn't. Anyway, that's the news. So when this opens, who knows where it's going to open? Now, for news halts, typically we do not see a projected open for news halts. At least that's my memory of it. Only in the volatility halts. Okay, Epicurus. Well, it will be interesting to see where it opens. This now news halts. There's no like 5 minute or 10 minute. Um, it could be halted for hours. It could be halted for the day. More than likely not, because the news is already out there. But yeah, where do you look for that, William? On the Nasdaq site, or is a Nasdaq company? ITRM is Nasdaq, I believe. Yeah. So the site might, yeah. So the site might actually say, especially now that the news is out, it might say, okay, we're planning to open that at whatever, 11 o'clock, 11:30, noon. Okay, yeah. So here, what you're talking about, the quotes are active right now, 139, 142. All right, so there was news. I did read some news about palladium and Russia and all that this morning. So this PLG, I guess that's the reason why it's been having a pretty, it's a big, must be a big float. Doesn't move really that much. All right, Ribbon Communications, RBBN. So this is having a little bit of a move here. Not a lot of volume, 207,000 shares, 3.3 times normal, but on a weekly chart, you can't see anything. So let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it go before it hits? And right there, 395. So obviously, right there is a key area on the monthly chart anyway. See if there's any news. So there is some news for this one. Completes major optical DWDM deployment for a Darty Airtel. Okay. There's another one that halted because of news. Brazilian stock. So Vale signed final settlement over the Brazil dam failure. So they're going to pay them $18 billion in installments over 20 years and extra performance obligations of about 5.8 million. Wow. Oh, okay. Joby new high. Okay, so Joby did a financing at $5. So let's see where it is. Yeah, not bad. It's well, it's above the financing price. If you're in this one, Todd, you probably know that the 200 day. If you don't, 200 day moving average is right there. Okay, right above it, 7 cents above it. So I don't know if you. Oh, you're not in it. Okay. Well, if it could take that out, obviously then it's got a ton of room. But they did do a financing at $5. All right. Well, I mean, we see a lot of charts that look like this, guys. Look at this ACRS on a monthly chart, anyway, and we have a high way up here around 567. Now, sometimes it's really hard to eyeball this. So we're at 138 right now on a monthly chart. 139 is a high, so it's right there. 143, 140, 150. So you can kind of see if it can take out somehow, takes out 150. I'll put a price alert in that area. Then it's got a ton of room, at least on a monthly chart, and that is for ACRS. Now, there's a reason for this, I mean, and that reason for the drop, which I don't know, was a long time, well, quite a while ago, back in November of last year, so not quite a year ago. There was a drop for this one, and it really has not recovered. I mean, look at this monthly chart. Imagine if you were in this one, you'd be dead money for a year. All right, let's take a look at some of these races or some of the stocks that have won races. Again, you have a top 10 list that's automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And how does the stock win a race? Well, I'm running 4 minute races. So right now I see Link has moved since the race started 3.5%. And I'm not going to go over the races every single day in terms of the concept, but if you have a question about them, just ask. I can explain what you're looking at. But 3.5% since the race started, Link has moved. And I can see it has not won a race before, but you can see there's a top 10 list that's automatically built for you of stocks that have won the most races. So it gives you a nice watch list for the day. And you can click on alerts. Well, first of all, you can click on anything you see here. You don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on it. Look at this Link now, guys. Wow, look at Link now. I mean, there's almost a 10% move since the race started. It's got halted several times, I guess, and then it fell. I do know that it showed up here in the house resumes. So you can click on any symbol you see here just to see what's happening. You don't have to wait for it to be number one at the top. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on a link. And also, this gives you potential pullback plays. Okay. Let's take a look at IBRX as an example. IBRX. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can see IBRX, yeah, got up here, 571. It pulled back. Maybe that was a level you like. I don't know. Maybe there's a moving average on your chart. But also look at the VWAP, 528. So right now we're at the VWAP. Will that VWAP act as resistance? I mean, it's right at the VWAP area, or will it pop through it and keep going? We don't know. But if you're somebody who pays a lot of attention to the VWAP, which can act as resistance on the way up or support on the way down, now you're in that kind of gray area right here. So that's how I'd use this. Okay, just click on the alerts, click on anything you see in the list, see what's happening with it now. 1985 is the VWAP, so just a little bit below 20. What if it gets down there? Maybe that holds it and it pops again. This is that nuke stock. Did a financing at 17, I believe. So it's holding above the financing price fairly well. Well, very well, in fact. Financing was announced yesterday, at least the final. It had been announced that they were going to do a financing, but I think yesterday was the first time they actually said what the price was going to be. I think, and that was at 17. All right, so this came out of its halt again, guys. UPXI came out of its halt. This is definitely not like the MNPR yesterday. I mean, MNPR had some, I'll call it legitimate news. Okay, the deal with AstraZeneca and also, I mean, you could look at that now. If they're going to make any money on it, who knows? But at least they had some kind of, I would call it non-fluffy type news. This is to me a little more fluffy. you know, CEO saying, we don't agree with the manipulation of the stock, which is fine, but it's not quite the same impact, in my opinion, that the MNPR news had all day yesterday. Oh my goodness! I have. Oh no, no, no! I was looking at. I did trade UPXI and I saw it at 1079, and I thought that was the fund price, and I missed the break. But fund is still under 10. PHUN, still under 10. A little Gone with the Wind, guys. Tara, TARA. This is moving for some reason. What's the volume like? Not bad. The next high looking left is 266. Things have really slowed down though for me in the number of alerts I'm getting. Oh, this one used to be a real active one. This WAFU, WAFU. Yeah, I don't know. Wow, no kidding on the TWG. I don't think there have been shorts available for this one at Interactive Brokers. I don't think so. Yeah, contest winner for sure. Oh, Lee, look at this. But, no shorts available, Interactive Brokers for this one. I should rephrase it, none readily available. When it says, "Will it be available for short sale if the shares can be located?" Well, I'm not gonna wait for them to try to locate shares for me. Okay, I've seen this, GBCI, guys. Now, key level at $50. It is an earnings play, another bank, Glacier Bank Core. So this is an earnings play, and it's just trying to hang over that 50 level. How did Western Digital do? I was really looking at this one as one of those all-day holds, but nope. Earnings play, earnings play. I thought maybe this would be one of those ones that, release earnings and then we just sort of inch his way up all day. Not even close. This is what this surprised me right there. That move at 925, that big down move, that surprised me. All right. So ITRM is getting close. I guess closer and closer to opening. Be so interesting to see where it's going to open. Boy, here's another one with look at all the room it's got. I mean, it had a horrible day here. I don't know what happened here for ANRO. This is not that long ago. Yeah, only 2 days ago. Really, 2 days ago. I don't really recall this one. Whatever happened here, I don't know if they did a reverse split. Of course, these guys I think are the kings. The Shaw law firm, the kings. See them all the time trying to get class action suits together. All these different companies. I see them all the time. Slippin' Jimmy. So anyway, looking at this one, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 475. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, 439 to 475 would, if it got there, would be an awesome move. After that, the next high is 577. But again, I don't really remember this one moving down like this. See if there's we have the news on that. Yeah, okay. Failed study. Stock crashes and failed study. Sort of do remember now. Then it's probably a late day stage or late day phase, late phase study. I think maybe you even did a little financials on this one, maybe William ANRO to see if this is probably it looks like a one trick pony. I mean, if that's well, that sort of a drop. So, yeah, I do remember this now. Yeah, $15. I do now remember. I remember saying, imagine if you held this stock, you had no inkling this was going to happen. $15, a pretty, pretty steady up here. And you wake up, boom, drops by 2/3. So you know the news, Shaw. I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. You know the news on TPR, right? Sure, you must have read it. Read it. Yeah, what a fabulous short if you had shorts available for that TWG. I mean, as always, people saying, well, what? Well, did bad news hit it? Probably not. The question really should be, why did it go up like this on no news? Okay. That's and why? Well, let's see what the float is. Actually, it's not a low float, 35 million, but I think, this is a China stock. Wow. You almost got me there, William. I was sipping my water when you said this was a 40-cent IPO for TWG. Really? A 40-cent IPO? YQ, let's see, is YQ a China stock? YQ, yes, it is. YQ is a China. Wow. I mean, look at these moves, guys. Think trading is easy? So YQ got up to 230 and right back down. Right back down. 27 million and 40 cents a share. So there is a and they are a supplier of luxury caviar products. I guess there's a market for everything. Well, guys, as ACRS is getting closer to that 150 level again, but it's pretty parabolic right now. It doesn't mean if it hits 150, I'm going to take the trade. I just want to know about it. But it's gone pretty parabolic now. ACRS. Yeah. RTR, yeah, or Vince, yeah, we know about this I or FDA approval. We're just waiting for it to open. ITRM. So, William, I mean, again, I know you're talking about this T3. Should we be reading anything into these, into this right here, the column right here at 139, 142, when it's halted at 140? Should we be reading anything into this at all? All right. So, quotes are live at 11:25. So, okay. So, 8 minutes from now, and then trading at 11:30. That's when it's going to open. Right. Okay. But my question again is, should we read anything at all into these prices? Right. Well, now they've gone. Oh, right here. Should we be reading anything at all into these or make okay, no longer valid completely. Okay, thanks. Well, it'll be interesting to see where it opens. I mean, yeah, it looks obviously it looks like great news, FDA approval, but we'll have to see. Now, my guess, yeah, I may be wrong. I mean, they're headquartered in Dublin. I don't know if that's for tax purposes. Now, they incorporated in 2015. I'm trying to remember. It was around that time that remember a lot of companies relocated, U.S. companies relocated their head offices to Dublin for tax purposes, and then your government closed that loophole. So I don't know if this is really a Dublin company or if it's just a U.S. company that is headquartered there for tax purposes. Not that I suppose it really matters, but there were a whole lot of companies that did that. Definitely interested in the fun if we can get back over 10. Okay, I'm gonna alert that around. Well, I'll reset that alert at 11. It is just not being dragged up by DJ. Well, I suppose to a certain extent it is. I guess it is to a certain extent, but that news of yesterday is still is an overhang, in my opinion. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. But is it really Ireland based? I mean, I'm not saying it isn't. Okay, I'm just wondering, is it there for tax purposes? Okay, not that I suppose it really matters, but I was trying to see if this is an Irish-looking name. It doesn't look like it, but aha. So WRD is an IPO, guys. IPO, I guess. The world's first IPO of universal autonomous vehicle technology officially listing. Okay. So WRD just opened and it probably just got halted. Maybe not. Yeah, it just got halted. WRD just opened now. This is a quirk of our House resumes. When it's an IPO, ooh, this is China, ooh, or Singapore, China IPO. 7.5. Okay, so thank you, Draw. I see you posted that up there. 1550, 7.7 million shares. So it's above the IPO price. Not that many shares. It's not one of the cheaper IPOs, but that China comes out with, but it is right now anyway above the IPO price of 1550. So here we go. Okay. Now, again, this is one of the quirks of our house resumes. I would say 90% of the time when it's an IPO, it shows up as a resume. Okay. It's not designed, it wasn't never designed to do that, but it, oh, have you done something really good? I think you have. You couldn't resist. You got in at 250, I think. I think. And that's for the TWG. Was it 250 or 280? 255. Good for you. All right. Well, you know what to do. Is that supposed to be a cute little panda? Oh, oh, right. From Kung Fu Panda. So that's why you're Poe. I never saw the movie. All right, guys. So we have another minute, and as William says, this might show up. Yeah, there. Good for you, William. You certainly know your trade ideas. So halted because of extraordinary events. So now, in 5 minutes, it's supposed to start trading. Now, are we start? Should we start getting some different quotes here, or are these the right ones? Oh no, because that was 1049. So we should start to get some new ones, right? Yours are okay. Well, maybe that's where yours has an advantage over IB on news halts. I don't know. What is it saying? Above 140? Hmm. Wow, 167, 169, 2, 150, 150, all over the place. Okay. Meanwhile, the market is putting its first little pullback here. And, had a beautiful run all the way up to 585 or so, and it's starting to pull back somewhat. Well, I've got to have this up and running just to see what's going to happen when it does open. So if it does, if you're right, William, it's going to open in about 3 minutes from now. Whoa, IBRX. Remember, I was just talking about IBRX highs and at that VWAP. Okay. Well, not just talking about it, but I was talking about when I was explaining this and how you can use this if you're a VWAP type player. And look what happened. It broke through the VWAP and now it's continuing. I think you said that was T3, but I may be wrong. Regardless of what it is, it's supposed to open in at 11:30. Oh, really? Oh, right, right. It resumed. Okay. This is the IPO, guys. I think it's going to get halted again. I think it's going to get halted again right now, right now, right now, right now. There you go. How could I tell? Because if you were looking at something like time and sales or your bid ask, it was 1973, 1974, like right there. Okay. For look. I mean, I'm gonna say, look how long. There's no way in the world you'd only have a 1 cent spread, no trading really, unless it was going to get halted. So now we're looking at a 20 open. Really, E-Trade doesn't allow trading in that IPO, the VORD. Okay. All right, guys. Well, we've got another 35 seconds before this opens. If it's going to open at 11:30, the ITRM. I'm going to have this up and running. See if I'm going to do anything with this. 10 seconds, guys. All right, we're open. We are open now. We are open and a big pop, guys. A big pop. Now, will that last? Will it last? A big pop from the halt price. $2 now. Okay, just under $2 now. Just right at $2. Well, just underneath $2 right now for ITRM. Well, you can see it did pop up to 219. And the next high looking left on a monthly chart anyway is around 237 or so. I don't believe it. Our AI is looking at shorting it. No, and there are shorts available. 890,000. I can't believe it. There are shorts available. Not that I want to short this, but at Interactive Brokers, there are a lot of shorts available for ITRM at Interactive Brokers. Not that I think I want to short this one. It's very emotional right now. Hmm. Well, I think if it excuse me, if it gets back over two, which is the high right there, you can see that high right there. If it gets back over two, maybe, but right now, I mean, it's certainly not acting that well. And Captain's been posting information about it. So WRD just opened, guys, and where is it? So underneath 20, it got halted at what price? At 1973. So I don't know if it popped over that 1973. Yeah, I'm backing off this. So here's what I'm going to do. I will put a price alert around 1990, which I think is kind of the high. If later on in the day, maybe in the afternoon, it takes that out, I may take the trade. But right now, I mean, I'm not touching it. Well, UPXI is really giving it up. It's looking wonderful in our AI if you had shorts available. The short was at 1376. It's a 32% move if you had shorts available. It's a good advertisement, really, for Centerpoint, I suppose, because I'm sure anybody have Centerpoint in this either room? I'm sure there must be somebody who has Centerpoint in either room because I'm sure you had shorts available. Probably a high fee rate, but I'm sure you had shorts available. Or Cobra or Trade Zero. Those three firms usually specialize in having shorts for virtually anything. Well, yeah, these little bios remind me of junior miners. I mean, a junior miner rarely, once they make a discovery, rarely do they get involved in a project that actually develops a mine and all that. They're always then looking for, like, say it's a gold mine, maybe a barrack or some of the big producers to basically take them over. And that's typically the same thing with these bios, small bios, I guess. Well, I guess nobody has center point, or heard me. Nobody has center point or Cobra. Yeah, that's why it reminds me of these little biotech firms, hoping to get something, and then a Pfizer or a Merck or one of the big guys takes a look at them and says, "Yep, we'll partner with you. We'll give you some money." All right. Well, there's fun now. Fun is over 10. It just now, can it maintain over 10? I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room, but again, we have to remember why it dropped yesterday. CEO leaving, that hasn't gone away. I mean, it's still the same news. Market did not like that at all because it looked like it was completely unplanned. All right. Well, listen, it looks like it's trying now. Yeah, we see that a lot, don't we? They license it. They get a like company says, "Here's 50 million up front," and then get a licensing deal, a royalty deal, whatever it's called, because that the major company still doesn't want to get involved. It's so early. I guess that's the reason. But we'll give you a bunch of cash and see if you can develop it further. What little I know about that. I'm loving the action on the fund right now. Yeah, knocked me out again, guys. I'm out of it again for another, well, manageable loss and all that. I really thought this would get it running, but again, the news overhang from yesterday is so far is just not allowing it to really. I mean, it's up. I get it. It's up 17%. Don't get me wrong. That's a great move, but so I think I'm just going to leave it alone. Famous last words, but all right, guys. 11:41. I better confirm that it's going to be Andy. I think it's Andy today. See if it is him. Oh, he's probably answered me. Yeah. So Andy will be in our room today, the YouTube room. Okay, in about 20 minutes when I take my break. Give me one moment. All right. Well, the fun is back up again. Boy, it's driving me crazy. I know I said I should just leave it alone, but it has obviously it's got the a massive amount of room if it can just people just say, okay, forget about the CEO leaving yesterday and being dragged along by DJT. Yeah, Andy will be there. I think I saw your question about I don't know if it was answered, Rich. Andy will be there at noon. You can ask me questions though. If you're talking about the money, like the money machine, I think I saw an email from you yesterday. I don't know if anybody answered, but you can ask me questions about it. I mean, it's still in its infancy. You would need an alpaca account. I wouldn't go out and get an alpaca account right now, but because we don't know if it's going to work. I mean, it's that simple. It has to be tested. We have to test it in our simulator. We have not been able to do it yet in our simulator, and then we'll test it with real money, live money. Oh, okay. You did get an answer. I mean, it's really. I mean, there's not much more to it than that. You can probably take your own top list if you want, and it'll just automatically start trading the top three. And then when one drops out, another one will come in, or you can use the top list. I would probably want to use the top list that we will have, and maybe the Momentum Master or something like that. Well, it'll be like this. Okay, look at this one. Probably the change from the close. Okay, like UPXI, BMTX. These are the three up. But I think they're using the change from the. I think because otherwise you probably just see the top. These three more than likely all day long. So I think what they're doing is to change in 30 minutes. Okay. So that you'll get, different stocks coming in and out. But it doesn't work in the simulator yet. That's the issue. I think Steve's told me that maybe next week we'll have a crack at it in the simulator. Maybe. But that is the first step is to get it working in the simulator. The problem is it's something that we've never tried before. Basically taking a top list and automatically taking the top three, and then when one drops out, it gets out of the trade automatically, and then the next one that comes in, it takes the trade automatically, and that's why you need Alpaca because Alpaca is a commission-free broker. And you'll probably have to have 30,000 or so in the account because a pattern day trade rule in the states, so you're probably going to have I would probably want to have 30,000 in the account. It's a lot of trades. It could be a lot of trades, exactly. But it's so premature, Rich. I mean, I don't know, like I don't know how they answered your questions, but I mean it's so premature. It has to be tested first in the simulator and then with real money, and then we'll make a determination whether or not it's valid. Not valid, but if it's viable. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work with limit orders, market orders. I have no idea how it's going to work. Okay, it's in its infancy. Okay, but that's why you need a commission-free broker. But that's the other reason we can do it in a simulator, but that will not account for slippage. So we have to test it with real money, to see what the slippage, what sort of effect slippage has. So all these questions, I mean, I don't mean they're irrelevant, but I mean they have to be out tested by ourselves. The problem with Trade Zero, I believe anyway, I may be wrong, and why it's Alpaca is because their API was very friendly with us. Okay, or we were able to. It's all about the API and how fast it can get executed and all that. And I guess they worked with Alpaca, and that's why they've chosen Alpaca. Okay. But Andy may be able to shed more light on it than I. I'm just waiting. I just got to wait. I mean, all these questions are good, but we're probably 3 months out. Okay, guys. So I have another 10 minutes or so before I take my break, and Andy will take over for me. But again, he may have more insight than I do. But I mean, these questions they're kind of premature. Boy, this fun is just messing around at that 10 level still. Yeah, and the first wait list is already full. So I, for one, will not be able to do it because alpaca is not available in Canada, and I won't be able to do it. So if you're listening and you're anybody who's a Canadian out there, we're out of luck. Well, you can sort if you're just using a pure top list, you can sort on any column header you've got. Okay, so here's a top list, right, Rich? Here is a top list. Okay, so if you have all you have to do is add the change from 5 minutes in your as a column, and then you can sort on it. See, I can sort on the change from the close because I've got that as a column header. I can do it on the change from the open because I've got that as a column header. And if I want to do the change in 5 minutes, I just add that. Okay, I just add it. So the change in 5 minutes, percent, show the column. Okay, and now there it is. So that's a change in 5 minutes. So now I can sort on the change in 5 minutes. Okay. When you launch the race, give me a moment. So the change from the so this is what based on, and your based on is where you will change it. Okay, as long as you have the column header, now you can base it on the change in 5 minutes. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing on the screen here. The change in 5 minutes. You can base the race on anything as long as you have the column header. Oh man, I shouldn't be watching fun, but I am. I just want to see if I can get back over 10 and run. Run fun, run. PHUN. Speaking of MNPR, not that we were really speaking about it, but now look what's happening with it. Not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers. Okay, so I'll duplicate this. Okay, I will duplicate it, and so this is how you should go to the guide, though. Okay, Rich, because in the guide there's a whole section on stock racing. So I'm going to duplicate it. And the little square there, you click on the square, and then when you do that, it stops the race. Right click and show race setup. Show race setup. So this is your race setup, and it's customizable. I mean, I'm running 4 minute races. You can run whatever time you want, but based on the change from the open. Well, I have a now. When I duplicated this race, so I don't have that change from 5 minutes. But your top list, you can add it. You would have added it, and then when you would see that as a sort. Okay, so basically you just click on the square, and then where it says, so you click on the square, and then right click, and show race setup, and here's how you can customize your race. I haven't changed my race, since I started. About a year ago. So all right, guys. So you're welcome, Rich. Okay, guys, 11:55. So I'm going to put my announcement up here. So on a break, just waiting for Andy to show up. On a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. Just waiting for Andy to show up. And in our main room, I'll put the YouTube link in. So you head over and listen to Andy if you want. And again, Rich, if you, oops, wrong. Don't, not that link. You're already there. Go to my homepage because there's a lot more explanation about racing and all that. Okay. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Okay, go to my homepage link and then go down to the education section right here, or click here, education section. Go to the guide, click on the user guide, and there's a whole section on stock racing right here, some videos, etc. Okay, so again, click on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section, and then click on the guide, and here it is, stock racing. If there's any, what's the float in ITRM? So it's not a high float, not crazy low, but it is not a high float. 22 million approximately. Okay, guys, 11:58. So Andy is going to show up anytime now. Want to be prepared for him. So I've got to dump my music so I can hear him when he shows up. You know, if this had about 1 million shares in the float, this would be just rocking, just based on the news. I mean, again, whether they've got money to, they don't, but whether they have the amount of money to, to get this drug really rolling or not, I mean, that's irrelevant. But based on the news, I mean, if MNPR can do what it did yesterday with a lower float, but I think the problem is 22 million in the float. Yeah, it's always good to have a reference, Rich. Okay, I mean, I can tell you what to do, or not what to do, but I can show you some things. But next week you may forget what the heck did he say? You know, so at least you've got the user guide as a reference to, well, everything. But I mean, if you're looking for stock racing, right there. Did I hear a little pop? Did I hear a little pop? Meaning Andy's in the room.
You did hear a little pop.
All right, give me one moment, Andy. Okay, guys, so Andy is in our YouTube room right now, and I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, so we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindelof to our YouTube room for 1 hour. How you doing this morning, Andy?
Doing good, Barry. Doing good.
Did
Well,
any
I was doing better, but
until
well, until
there's a
this
but
market.
coming.
Yeah, no. I'm doing fine, but I had some nice profits. I gave some back, but oh well.
China stocks, obviously.
No. Actually, have been playing.
No.
Well, I'm in Neo from yesterday, from like around 5, and I tried Tiger this morning, but it looked like it was going to go, but. No, China. I tell you what I did. I really thought these Bitcoin miners were going to go, especially Mara. And
Hmm.
yeah, luckily, I I bought more at the open and got out of got out of a lot of it. But yeah, it just and of course now Bitcoin's kind of rolling over. But
Yeah, no, but down to about 700, I guess.
yep,
Um, are you following the trials and tribulations of ITRM at all?
ITRM. No, let me take a look.
Yeah.
Mm,
So
wow.
they came out. They had a news halt. That's why it was halted for quite a while. And the FDA approved their drug. It's urinary tract infection, non-complicated ones, whatever
Uh,
exactly that means. But so that is the news for ITRM,
okay.
and it has a the float is 21 million. So I mean, it's not high, but it'd be interesting to see if it can get really going, like take out two and really start to run.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Let's see. Let's take a look. What do we do, Barry? We look left, correct?
We look left. We
Yeah.
look left. Now, unfortunately, looking left on the monthly chart, we have 233 as a high,
Okay.
not
hmm
counting today's high. But you never know. You never know,
Yeah,
because that looks like awesome news, obviously, but
that is huge volume, right?
it's huge volume. Exactly,
Yeah,
huge volume.
that level right there around 250 level, huh?
Hmm. So anyway, I'll let you go now, or let myself go now, and we'll come back at about 5 2 to talk all things sports, especially hey, how about the World Series starting tonight? I'm sure you'll be glued
Yeah,
to your set.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Got the World Series starting night. Got a great football game tomorrow night with my Texas Aggies playing the LSU. That should,
Ooh,
yeah,
tough one.
but they're both undefeated in the SEC, so that should be, yeah, that should be a good one.
Hmm. Okay. Okay, Andy,
All right,
I'll
man.
let you
Enjoy
go.
your hour, buddy.
I
All
will.
right, we'll
Thanks.
see you.
Bye.
Bye bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop, and the market was off to the races today, but then I noticed, yeah, XLF is not playing ball. Kind of a ugly. Let me get off the monthly there because the monthly looks like a great chart, right? But this could just be our. You see this a lot, guys. Money starts flowing into tech this morning, and you know what happens? They sell off financial. Now, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if, like Monday, the tech is weak and this is strong again. So, anyway, uh, we'll see if the market can dig in here. Spy's got the 5 day right there. They're kind of hanging out. Uh, been kind of last couple of weeks, so we're just kind of basically right in the middle of our range. So it's it hasn't been easy swing trading lately. I just been kind of treading water, up day, down day, but keeping it tight. That's for sure. But anyway, what was that symbol that Barry just told me? Is it ITRM? Yes, it is. I'll put an alert there in case we get a pullback. 21 million. Let's stick one in here around 170. Kind of the halfway mark between the rising 10 period moving average and what it's doing right now. But yeah, the some of the big boys have been are holding on. AMD, for those that like to trade the big boys, Tesla, they're all hanging in there pretty good, not pulling back at all. But we'll see if the spies do go to lows, if they can hang on. That Google chart, of course, they have earnings next week, but boy, that's setting up nicely. You know, they're all in a tight little wedge here. You got Google, I shouldn't say all, but you got Amazon that's been kind of sloppy in this wedge. And this is what I'm talking about. You know, I thought I was in it on that day, and uh, you getting these nasty pullbacks. So, been doing a lot of scalping, selling a lot of it, taking profits, maybe, scalping out 75% of it, maybe trying to hold on to a quarter, and then just getting out early, not letting stuff run against you in this market. But anyway, guys, this is the support webinar. So if you have any questions regarding the software, just drop it into the YouTube chat there, and we'll do our best to tackle it. And Neo is actually holding on up pretty well as well. You can see it may be looking for another run here. I scalped out of some this morning right around here, but of course you had Tesla. Lee is a strong one, and I'm upset at myself because I'm usually pretty good about getting in that, but it's been too gappy lately. bought this AI this morning. That was a call on my video. Just kind of liked it on a three day high there. NWL on Peppy combo. Big level there. Bitcoin going to lows. That thing's had the hardest time breaking out. Thought it was going to do it maybe today. Looking at the IBIT, I don't have the Bitcoin chart up, but man, you got that trend line that it's been trying to kind of get through for a while now. It just cannot do it. Yeah, I've made some money scalping out some of these, but now there's one that announced the secondary and performing okay. CGC. These things have been that mind man ever do. Just nothing. Can't get anything going. A lot of times this will run with those. All right, guys. You guys are awful quiet. I know it's a Friday. As we get close to Halloween. Oh, that fun had a nasty drawdown yesterday. Yeah, that's right. The AI got that one. NNE. I bought that in pre-market, but I scalped it out. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Now the reason I scalped it out is Steve told me, I guess they announced the secondary. I don't know if that's true or not. Does anybody know if they did announce the secondary? I didn't take time to look it up. I just scalped it out, but Piton is one I highlighted on a video the other day. And yeah, this one I talked about it on this day right here. This is one that was called by our AI back here at $4. And boy, it's been performing well, trying to bottom. I'm hoping for a pullback. You can see I have an alert in there. Check out Zoom. Almost think there's another pandemic coming. Okay. $17. Thank you, Trader 77. No date set. Okay, so he's talking about $17. Yeah, they're defending it so far. I kind of bought this MSFD, just kind of playing off the trend, but this may be short lived because it's actually trying to get through it. I did it a couple of days ago. And then I took a little loser and then went back in today. So yeah, yeah, you're right. I noticed that as well. Uh, yeah, Google News is not going to have a lot of that stuff. Jeez. So first, so solars are strong today. Or solar not doing much. Oh, Steve stock beat. That thing's too. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's just too choppy for me. It does. I mean, it's actually doing a relative volume a day, but it's still only 56,000. I get in trouble with stocks like that. Well, that INOQ sure has been strong lately. I'm hoping that AI has a move like that at some point. Gosh, I saw that. That was on one of my scans today. Dang it. What a nice move. Let's see here. What are the other AI stocks doing? PLTR is just still a monster. Spies trying to dig in. I'm looking at maybe adding to this AI. Liking the setup here. I know on the daily it has some stuff to get through, but I may just anticipate and add to this position, especially with the way that this INOQ just keeps rocking. Good Lord. Although it is a Friday. There's that ITRM. Raise that price alert up a little bit. Take a look at the movers, see what else is happening out there. There's one trying to bounce. The IPO looks like it probably had around a $5 IPO price. 158 million. Hold on here just in case it goes to highs. Let's see, 50. It's an interesting chart. If you can get above this 348 level, back above it. And call it 350. Because then you're kind of out of this range and you may be looking at easy. I shouldn't say easy, but next high would be You got 30, 40 cents, 35, 40 cents. Which got close today. I did add some of that AI. What was rum doing? I was in it earlier, but scalped it out. Got an alert if it pulls back, but it won't pull back to there. Oh, Mara, you dog. I just need a. I mean, I'm lucky. I'm actually up a little bit, and I mean, I've been trading it for. Did I mean this thing was performing well over here? When Bitcoin was much lower, and then all of a sudden, yeah, Bitcoin gets close to breaking out, and this thing is just nasty. I don't even know why I try to trade these things. Now, Riot was the one. Riot had a nice move, but even it's kind of sloppy today. But it had a nice breakout. I thought, Mara, it'll do it. It'll do it when I give up on it. Where's that pin? Excuse me. Boy, this China market's kind of pulled down to a level and been kind of going sideways for a while. I think you're going to have a big move in one direction here pretty soon. I'm tempted to nibble on this YNN and look for a move back up, but it's kind of rolling dice. And TCOM was on my list today. I like the way that is set up. I think this is one you can watch. Uh, Very similar to what we were looking at, but this is definitely holding up well. Look for a break above that 20 period moving average back above all. Let me go ahead and set that alert a little bit tighter. I want to see it in the intraday. That's good enough. No, it's typical penny, typical Friday afternoon. You gotta now the spies can uh dig in here. Got the financials trying to bounce a little bit. Yeah, this is if you're a day trader, this is where you kind of you look for volume. Nice move in that one. Like that ITRM. ADMA. Yeah, definitely trying to dig itself out of the grave here as after whatever happened here. I'm not sure, but yeah, it looked like it started had a little volume this morning, but it's kind of died out. No relative volume, just kind of in no man's land. It is above the 10 period moving average, which is nice, but Cyrene was on my watch list today, but just cannot get above that level. We set that price alert. Yeah, yeah, you got to find stuff if you're day trading. Find stuff that's moving on volume. Some good relative volume in that one. It's a nice little breakout there. Would like to have seen that right at 10. And you're looking left, another 30, 35 cents in that one, probably to your next high. Come on, AI. I got to think you have that potential, especially with all those shorts in you. Although the short growth has been coming down. Used to have a lot more. Used to be close to 30%, even higher. But it's actually a good sign. Shorts are wising up, maybe. Poor Kai. I don't trust the smaller ones anymore, man. Go by the wayside. Unless it's a China one. What about Saber? Wow, another one. Love to have seen that breakout right there this morning. Right there. Put a price on there in case it ever comes back. But that was your, yeah, that was your buy signal right there. I wouldn't want to chase it here. Definitely not credible volume, but basically three, not bad. Yeah, you definitely. I mean, gosh, one could argue it may want to. Your next high is not till there. You go. You're another 40 cents in that thing. Yeah, there's no guarantee where it could, that's just your next level. There's obviously no guarantee it's going to stop there. So, I mean, that's not even a pivot level. And there's your pivot level. You're right. It's up here at, around 460. uh oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a bad cold, Iris? Are you referring to me coughing over here? Yeah, I don't have a cold. I'm finally coming down off, I don't know, allergies or what. I don't think it was bronchitis. Never turned into bronchitis, but yeah, it's just I think it may be some sort of fall allergies or something. I don't have a bad allergies, but I don't know. Something's been affecting me lately. But do I have a scan? Biggest volume. Let's see, biggest volume. Let's see. I don't. Maybe most active. Let me see if I have a most active volume. Relative volume leaders. I think that's probably more important than just looking for volume. The thing about just when you're just biggest volume, you're going to find those stocks uh, that are just a lot of your funds trade that don't do a whole lot that are going to appear on there. So in other words, they don't even have to be moving; but they could be doing large volume. I would focus on the relative volume. You load this up, and you can see this is sorted by relative volume, and it's going to show you the ones that are moving. Yeah, this is probably your best bet. That's the only one that's doing incredible, but volume. IBRX having a good day on huge volume. That had some volume, but it was all at the open. Not sure what's going on there. Throw a little alert in case it ever gets back above $5. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely share this one. And yeah, Amazon's probably one of those ones that's going to slop around, kind of like Tesla did, slop around in a range and then probably blow out earnings. And I just don't have the guts to hold those things in the earnings. But let's take a look. Yeah, being a swing trader, I was in it right here anticipating, and I scalped out, made some good profits on it because I had pretty big size, and then I think I held on and sold the last quarter on this day. But that's the kind of stuff you're seeing right now in the market, and now I'm looking more for stocks that are maybe pulling back more and reversing. If you look today on my calls, in my video, AI was on my list. At basically 3-day high there. I'm seeing better profits by taking these type of trade than trading those setups uh, that are about to kind of break out. I'm just seeing a lot of them just not working. Yes, you're right, Busra. Yeah, the banks are weak. I can tell because I've been in FAS for. You can see over here where I bought it. So I've been in FAS for like 8 days now. More of a hedge, just because I know when these sectors get ahead of it, you're going to see rotation. Money will come out. So it's not like the good old days where you short the short the weak stocks. You got to short the strong ones. Let's see. There was another one today on the list. Well, OZK was on the list, but this is why I say, guys, beware. If you're looking at something like this, looks like it was going to reverse. I never take trades like on the initial, candle. I think AI today. I actually waited that one. No, I take that back. That one I did buy on the initial candle. Ah, there's the ITRM alert. What are we going to do with it? Well, I'd rather catch it off of something. other than just a drive down. So hopefully this thing could get whacked down here to the 10 period moving average, and then I might consider it. NWTN. Oh yeah, halted. Is that ITRM again? Okay, yeah, that got halted. So maybe coming out of the halt, if you're so bold, let me marry up something on the daily. Okay, so yeah, you got that little spot right there. Oh wait, no, that's not halted. I thought it was halted. It was left over from the last one. Excuse me. Oh man, Tesla's trying to. Good Lord, I was bidding it this morning in pre-market. Like I was hoping it would get a further jam down to the. I think I was bidding at 252. But if it gets above that level right there, it's kind of a pivot level. Ooh, I'm hearing the chat over there kind of busy. Market has fallen asleep. LTBR. Woo, that one likes to move around, doesn't it? I could see this one. This is a candidate for maybe letting the rubber band swing back and forth, and maybe do it like a little tight wedge over the next few days, and then get kind of a launch. Although some decent relative volume today, but it could, Penny. It could. Yeah, yeah. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah, I'm upset about that one, and the reason I'm upset about it because I held it into earnings and had a nice trade here, and then I came and I bought it back. I think on this day on this pullback, and then the next day it was trading against me, and I'm like, hmm. So I'm like, what's going on with this thing? They just had blowout numbers. So I pulled it up, and of course they announced the secondary, and I read that. I'm like, oh, great. So anyway, I basically punched out pretty much at lows, not the lows of that day, but down around 14, probably 25. And it's like, once I read that secondary, I was like, geez, I don't want to deal with this. Who knows what the price is going to be? Of course, look at it now. I hadn't even looked to see if they priced it yet. Also, that's the reason I sold the rum. I have no idea where they're going to price that. Oh, it's getting close to my alert. 'Cause I think this one has potential. I mean, you look at it, they have plenty of cash, very little debt. Market cap is tiny. Gosh, if you just turn any little profit at all, a penny, I think this thing would just rip. But okay, spies looking like they want to roll again. So AMD doing today? Sitting here flirting around near all-time highs. What's it doing? Maybe one to watch on Monday if it reverses after this bottoming tail. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, Penny. And if you look at the way it's been the last basically 2 weeks, I mean, it's been that way. We haven't really wanted to go anywhere, and it could be that we're just kind of hovering, waiting for the election, which probably 100% chance I will go home flat, just zero in my account.
Now, Andy,
Yes.
I just got the tail end of what you were saying. And when you said was zero in your account, you don't mean $0. You mean zero
Oh,
holds.
there you go. Yeah.
I'm assuming. I just
Yeah.
heard the end. I'm going to go home with zero in my account. Oh my God, what the heck
I'm
did he
gonna
do?
blow up my account right before the
Yeah.
election.
Oh man. Timing is everything. And my timing was really bad on listening to your last comment.
Oh, there
Because
you go. There you go.
the TI guy or one of the guys at TI just blew up his account. I just posted that on Twitter. Okay. That's what he said. Oh man.
Oh man, yeah. Let's. Yeah, I should have been more clear. Zero positions, I should say.
Well, I'm sure I knew what you meant, but
Oh yeah.
there's the off chance. No,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
there'd be no chance. No chance. No chance at all.
Yeah.
You're way too savvy of an investor to completely blow up your account at this stage of your career, right?
Correct. No. No.
Right.
For sure.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah. I don't. I don't have the same stamina as I did like when I was a day trader back in the
Mhm.
younger days.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm getting my stamina from, but it's
Yeah,
kind of
man, you
there.
you 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 impressed me. Yeah, of course, I was different. I would traded. I over traded. I averaged probably 200,000 shares a day, man. I was just
But how many different stocks would that have been?
oh gosh, and that was probably my problem. It would have been a 10, 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, you're more focused on a few stocks, which is good, a
Yep.
good thing. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I'm
I was more of a
people.
sector player, like if I looked over there and I saw, the solar sector is running, I would jump in and buy, 8 of them, which,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Okay. Just to make sure, and then
Yeah,
if
make sure I
4 of
caught
them
the
hit,
right one, yeah.
yeah, yeah. And if the 4 didn't hit, but you didn't get killed, but if one really hit, then you'd do okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've never been that sort. Even people ask me how many trades do you do, and they think that because I'm moderating, and of course I get distracted a lot, that I'm probably not trading that much, which is true. But I never was a big trader. I never ever, even
yeah,
if I weren't, probably 4 or 5 a day and
yeah.
spaced out. Rarely did I have more than 2 at a time. Rarely.
When you say 4 or 5 a day, is that 4 or 5 stocks a day or 4 or 5
Yeah.
trades a day?
Well,
Okay,
4 or 5 trades. I mean,
okay,
in theory, for instance, today I traded fund 3 times, PHUN 3 times. Okay.
okay,
Lost a couple on the first time. Well, lost on the first 2.
yeah,
Finally, when it made the move that I wanted. So that's 3 trades.
right.
But I would rarely hold more than 2 trades or 2 stocks at the same time. Rarely.
There you go.
Rarely, rarely, rarely. I just and that would be, I don't teach trading, but if I were new to trading, I would I would actually recommend don't hold more than one stock at a time. It's too hard,
Yeah,
and people.
it
But
is,
I
it
understand. I
is.
mean, people really want to. It's exciting when you first start out. And you see, especially if you have trade ideas, you see all these things, wonderful opportunities that look like wonderful opportunities
Yeah.
floating by your on your monitor all day long. But that's why really got to be selective. Really got to be selective.
Oh,
And
yeah, you do, you do. If I had a weakness back in my day trading career, it was over trading for sure.
mhm.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, I did well, for 15 years, but I think I could have done a lot better had I not over traded.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, my friend, it is now 12:59. We already did talk. I didn't watch the game last night, but I just saw the replay of the no face mask penalty in the end zone. Did you see that?
Yeah, could you
Oh
believe
my
that? It's like, good
gosh.
lord.
I mean, and they're saying, well, we were blocked out and this and that. Of course it was. But then they have that eye in the sky, and then they come up with some preposterous, well, the eye in the sky can't look at something like that. Why not? That eye in the sky, I'm amazed because it comes out with a decision in like 5 seconds usually.
Right,
How
right,
many times have we seen, oh, the eye in the sky has changed it? It's not like it's going to the booth for a minute. It's
right.
almost immediate.
Yep.
But that was so, as they say, egregious that I'm not saying they would have won the game, but I mean, boy, that just that's
No,
about the
no, no.
worst
What's gonna
non-call I've
happen
ever
is
seen.
something like that's gonna happen in a very big game, and
Hmm.
they're gonna change the rule. Now, they say it's not reviewable, but
Why?
listen, I guarantee you one of those refs out there saw that. So even though you don't review it, they can still get together,
Yeah,
and throw a flag.
yeah,
That they should be
exactly.
able to do that, just say, "Hey, no, listen, I saw that." And then just pitch, throw your flag out.
I mean, that was one of the, and it's not like he had like 10 guys around him.
No.
Okay. And I saw, anyway, we digress. Okay,
Yes.
people who want to talk trading for the last bit. We'll get back into that. But I just saw that. I didn't actually watch the game, and little headline, worst call in history. So okay.
Yeah, they totally miss that, and I'm sure, yeah, they're gonna hear it. They're gonna hear
Oh,
it
yeah.
from Minnesota's organization. Yeah.
Okay, my friend, I'll
All
take over
right.
now. Have a great weekend. Hope
Yeah,
your
you do
Yankees
the
win
same, man.
tomorrow. And
Yeah.
ooh, look at that IBRX from the AI. IBRX from our AI. That's just ripping again.
Oh yeah,
IBRX.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there you
Lots of
go.
lots of opportunity to get in. It pulled back, and you could have got in.
Yeah, that's true. I see that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Barry.
Great
Have a
weekend.
great weekend, buddy, and everybody
Yep.
else do the same. All right. Bye bye.
All right, guys. I'm now back in both rooms. And as I said to Andy, well, I finally got on the right side of the fun trade, the PHUN, not in it anymore. So it kind of made back what I lost. My first 2 trades were very low, like in terms of losses. And the last one didn't do too badly. I mean, it got into I think I got the 39, right? Or even 40 PHUN. I have to do. So I did okay. Got out of it though. Yeah, I got over 40. That's right. So anyway, that's it for me. Now the IBRX mentioned this one on that. I did not take it, but I mentioned this one. If you're a VWAP player, the VWAP now is at 546, but I think it was around 528, right around here. And I said, listen, if you're a VWAP player, watch it around the VWAP. And if the VWAP, now this was coming from below the VWAP and it broke above. And then what you do, you start watching. Okay, what does it do? Does it pull back into it? Does it hold? Start to run? Well, you could have taken that trade right around here. And I see this NWTN just came on. Well, I think I can answer that, Captain. I mean, I haven't shorted a stock for a while. I think I did one a couple days ago, but I think it's because of these low floaters, which you know, well, used to be. I don't even know if I can say used to be. We used to have cycles, okay? I'll say used to be. When we get into earnings season, all these low floaters seem to just disappear, because people are just focused on all the earnings plays. And then once the earnings season is kind of over, we're back to the low floaters and they get, exciting. It's just that we're seeing so many of these low floaters. And, I'm not going to short a low floater. Typically, I don't have any shorts available, but, they seem to be, that so I can only answer from my point of view why I'm not shorting as much as I was. And also the market, I mean, sure, I mean the market's doing that, but I mean the market is been up. I mean basically up. So that's my excuse. Yes, I mentioned that in the room. Maybe you weren't listening this morning, William. Yes, I was. I didn't. I wish I'd kept a lot more, but or not kept a lot. Well, yeah, I got up to 38, I think. I was talking about, maybe you didn't hear me in the room because I had my price alert at 25, just underneath 25. And when it broke 25, I took some. And I mean, I'd love to say I held all the way to 38, but of course I didn't. And that was the MNPR, sorry, MNPR. Yeah, I think unless I deleted the price alert. Yeah, I must have deleted. No, there it is. There it is. You can see my price alert was right there. Okay, that line was blue. And then it turned green. So it was just around, just underneath, yeah, around 2450. I think that's what it was. 2450. I had my price alert there. Now, of course, I think I waited for a 25 break. Yeah, so it worked out okay. No question. I mean, it's one of those ones. I mean, it get at 4 o'clock. I mean, this is after hours kind of, but it got up to 39. What about just reducing size, Steph? So what do you mean by that? Yeah, I don't know if you're asking me or just a typical or just a general question. All right, guys, 1 o'clock now. So I will be absolutely out of here at 2:30. I do have an appointment a little after that, so I will be definitely out of here at 2:30. I don't know what time you guys are going to keep the room open, 3:30 or not at all. Still don't understand the question, Steph. I short. I'm not against shorting. I mean, it's just that I just don't want to go against the market so much. So most of the things I'm seeing are setting up on the long side. That's all. I'm not against shorting at all. And the thing is, on some of these cheap ones, low floaters, yeah, that really start to move down. I don't have shorts available typically at Interactive Brokers, but I've said this time and again. a lot of times that's an excellent thing not to have shorts for these low floaters because sure, after the fact, it looks so obvious. If you look at the IPXI, but you could have looked at this shorted here, looked at it shorted here, shorted up here, and you would have not killed. Well, you could have got killed. The reason why is that because these move so fast, yeah, you could have put a stop in, but it may have blown right through your stop. So yeah, after the fact, sure, looks obvious to short it right up here after the fact. MNPR, great example yesterday. I mean, MNPR probably looked like 10 different occasions to short it. All right, what's NPCE doing, guys? NPCE is a decent volume, actually, 700 Neurospace. I think we saw this one yesterday, maybe not. Ugly looking five. It looks like it's been halted many times. Look at these little gaps on the five. But it's a lot of volume, unless all the volume is right here. Yeah, all the volume is really right here. Traded 700,000 shares, and over 400 is right here on that 15-minute chart, or the previous one, 15-minute bar. Boy, this IBRX guy. So where could this go? I mean, it had a great day yesterday, a better day today. I think it did have some. I think it did have some news yesterday. I just can't remember what it was, but just a better day today. And then let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where could it get stuck? So the next high in the monthly chart is 684. So it's not that far away. And it's just look at this. I mean, what a move off the VWAP, guys. I mean, off the VWAP. So you can see where our AI had. So I didn't do my video. This is a good one to do. I should have done a video on this one also because look what happened with the IBRX. Okay, IBRX. There was the alert at 5:36. Might be hard to see that blue arrow, but that is the candle, the 15-minute candle in which the alert happened. So before it pulled back at all, it went from 5:36 up to 571. Look what it did though. It pulled back below the original alert. And we were talking about this one. I was talking about this one. I said, well, you know what? The VWAP was right in this area. And I said, look, you could maybe if you're a VWAP type player, you could take it or even just wait for the alert again, like for the original alert price. And look what would have happened. Yeah, I'm not saying they're all going to do this, but I see enough of them that do. So if you're taking this around that 536 mark, this was even a bigger move than the first move, 536 up to 587, pull back a little bit again, and now look at it. So that's why I'm saying, using the AI like a watch list more than anything. So I did restart this race, guys. So that's why there's a different top 10 list here. Let's see if there's anything interesting for the afternoon in this top 10 list. Only seven so far, but there will be a top 10 list built. I haven't really been following the nukes today. I just saw LTBR was here. I don't see it now. Yeah, so LTBR well, obviously having a good day, up 27% after being thumped down with the rest of the nukes, the NNE, SMR, and the OKLO. I just think they were overly affected by the financing, by the NNE financing, because I don't see any other news that would have dragged the other ones down, other than maybe people are afraid, well, they're going to do the same thing. That's all I can think of, because I don't see there was any like negative news hitting the sector. Though SMR really didn't move that much further down. What do I think about UAWVS? Well, I think this is the one that the CEO came out with the impassioned plea 2 days ago in his shareholder letter. I mean, it's pulled back, but 261 is the VWAP, so it's quite a bit below the VWAP now, Steph. So that's all I can see right now. It's pulled back quite a bit. I mean, from the highs over 3 down to almost 225. I mean, it's obviously a very, very low float. And I don't think there was any news today on it. I think it was just, again, that the CEO writing a letter to the shareholders. Yeah, the market is starting to weaken here now. They've had that beautiful run all the way up to here, and that was at what, 10:20, 10:25 or so, 10:30. And at 10:30, we've been basically steadily down. So today we've got, yeah, we've still got the disconnect in the market. I think we had the same one yesterday, I believe. So the Dow was down, but the Nas is up. Okay. SPY is still up. But yeah, the Nas is up, but the Dow is down. So a little disconnect between the value versus growth stocks. Yeah, I mean, you could be right. I mean, the UPXI could be getting ready for another run. I mean, it already is over 11 now. If you're a follower, Steve Gomez, he loves this. If you can see my 15-minute chart, you see the yellow line. And so now, and that is the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart, 15-minute chart. So it is now above it, okay, closed above it on the previous 15-minute candle. He's a big proponent of that. And again, this is another, a letter basically the CEO saying, we this is what this is the news for it. Okay, currently reviewing trading activity to determine if recent activity involving possible stock manipulation. Now, not on their part, not on their part. I don't read L2 at all. Yes, sir. Question about it. Level 2, I don't read it at all. Now, if you're sitting out there, not just you, Nestor, but if you're sitting out there going, "Why? That's crazy," you've got to. And if you can make money doing it, if that meets your trading style and plan and all, and you find it helps you, keep doing it. I just felt, right, for me, I just found it was just a something that really didn't help me. Now, in the old days, certainly, but I just find it was a more of a distraction. Well, if you did take this UPXI, which I did not, I mean, the next high looking left on a 15 is about 1230. So about $1 from here. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that might stall it. 12 might stall it, the whole number. The VWAP is 1101. Yes, it pushed past the VWAP. The only issue, of course, is that float. So anything could happen. It could jump or it could really drop. So I'm right now. I'm probably not going to do anything with it. But well, Nestor, for me, it's just another thing I don't. You notice I hardly have anything on my charts. Okay, and I'm not a big indicator guy, so it's just another what I call a distraction. The level two, trying to figure out. Okay, I better watch this level two and look at these big bids and asks coming in, which I think they can be easily yanked and kind of spoof you to think that there's a big there or a big something big on the ask, and so I just thought, you know what, I don't need to be distracted by that. And again, if you're sitting out there, somebody's sitting out there saying, well, that is absolutely nuts. That's why you should do it. And if it works for you, keep doing it. So, Jermaine, where can I find AI buy signal early entry? I don't know what you mean by that exactly. I mean, we've got this is the, when you get, if you're talking about our I mean, there's your entry. I mean, well, I hate to use the term entry, the alert price, because I don't think that, you don't have to get in right there. But that's, you have an alert price and how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. I mentioned this IBRX early, you know. Now, so I'm not sure I know what you mean. If the question is, how can I find a stock before it starts to move? Well, unfortunately, that is very, very, very difficult to do. I mean, if we could do it, then we wouldn't be sitting in a room doing what we're doing. So I'm not sure I know what you mean when you say early entry. The AI has an entry, an alert price, and that's going to be it. But even the go no go, I mean, you could already have a huge pop, and then you get the go no go signal, and so it could already have moved a lot. Generally, like it depends what a person means. When can I find a stock before it moves? Again, it's almost impossible. I mean, a lot of what we do in the pre-market is to try to identify stocks that have had some, maybe some news in the pre-market, have had some had some action in the pre-market, and then you kind of wonder, okay, when the market opens, can there be continuation? That's the only reason I do any pre-market work, just to sort of have an idea about what moved, and then maybe look to see, well, if it wanted to move once the market's open, I mean, it probably already moved a lot in the pre-market, but if the market opens, where could it keep going? Looking left on a monthly chart or a daily chart or a weekly chart, to see where it could keep going until it hit some resistance. The go no go doesn't have, no. You're talking about the trade view. You're talking about these, right? That's trading. That's trade. That's the trade view. Go no go is just the color changes. Okay. Well, I think that might have been ASTS. Let's see. Was that a? Let's see if that was an AI alert from. Well, there was a cell on it. So, right here. I think this is what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. I mean, do they all do this? Of course not, Jermaine. But I mean, yeah, there were a couple of buy on this. This is on the month. So let me back this out. Put a weekly chart. Now, these would have been longer term, sure. But so the AI had an alert right here, and then another one right here. But how and if you hold it will be up to you. Okay. I mean, this obviously was a huge one, but they're not obviously all like this. So you could have seen this here, and if you decided that, yeah, I'm going to hold this one, that's up to you, of course. If you're more into swing trading, and if you miss it here, and then when you got the next one, okay, I'm going to hold this one. Sure, in this particular case, it was awesome. Well, there's no advice I can say other than have a trading plan, Nestor. Okay. I mean, you're asking me to improve the discipline to take the correct trades. I mean, what do you like? What is a correct trade, right? I mean, a correct trade is based on your trading style and plan. I mean, I know what my idea is, but it doesn't necessarily have to be your idea because remember, I'm a momentum trader typically. I love to see stocks near the high and the low of the day. Now, it's not everybody's style. So it sounds, I mean, I think you have probably used our simulator. You've really got to develop a style. You've got to figure out what sort of a trader do you want to be? Do you want to be a momentum trader? Do you want to be somebody who trades pullbacks? Do you want to trade, you want to trade these low floats? Or do you want to only look at large cap stocks? Do you have a certain price range you like? But you won't know this until you practice trading. So there's no way I can help you to improve discipline other than, I have a trading plan, I have a checklist, and unless everything is checked on my checklist, I won't take the trade. It's that simple. So I'm very selective. Now, do I ever go a little bit crazy sometimes? Sure. I mean, I would call, I took that UPXI early today. It wasn't, I would call part of my trading plan, but a little bit of a gut feel. I did okay on it. The fun, look what happened with the fun for me. I went into this one twice before I made money. Okay, kept breaking 10. But what I did was every time it broke 10 and I took the trade, as it started to move down towards 10, I got out. I did not wait for it to go all the way back down to, well under 10 or under here, 960. And then it would, this was my last attempt at it. Okay. Not, well, right there. In fact, it was right there, right where I was on my break. I'm a bit of a whole number guy. A stock breaks a whole number. I really want to pay attention. And 10, of course, is a really psychological whole number. Do I have a Dow 30 Ti link? I don't know. Let me see if we have a symbol list for the Dow 30. I'm not sure we do, but let me just see if I can find one that you could just easily do. Okay, let me. Yeah, I would have thought it would be in here. We have the S&P 500. It's not definitely not there. Fortunately, I don't have a search. We don't have a search in here. We have the Russell 2000, and it's not. Oh, wait a minute. It now is in alphabetical order. Okay, I don't see a Dow 30. I mean, it's possible somewhere, but I don't see it. Yeah, I do not see it. Yeah, so you'll have to either find a list on the Google a list on it, or I haven't looked at a Dow 30 in years. Sorry, as Pepe tells me there is. Oh, absolutely, Jermaine. Yes. I mean, these are okay. So for instance, okay, here's an AI alert today, IBRX. Now, will this keep going? Keep going? We don't know. I mean, there's no can't possibly know if IBRX is going to keep going. If I'm not a swing trader, okay, I'm not a swing trader at all. But if I were more of a swing trader, now understanding that this is a bio, a little dicey maybe to holding a bio, but the way I would look at it is if it closed near the high of the day and it had room looking left, before it would hit the next high on a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart, then it could become a candidate for a potential swing trade. Now, doesn't mean, of course, it's going to work the next few days, but no, you're welcome, Busra, in our YouTube room. And so that would be like any one of them. But IBRX, it's a bio. Can be very dicey to try to swing a bio. Can be. ASTS was not a bio, and it was coming from really low area. I think what it was $4. So and yeah, William likes to see stocks at highs and lows for different reasons than me. And that's what William says because he loves trying to short the tops or picking up a bounce of something that's been beaten down. I don't do that. It's not that I don't want to do it, and it's not that I think it's bad to do. Of course, it's not bad to do, but see, for me, I used to try to do everything. I used to try to figure out, well, how am I going to try to trade this type of a setup and that type of a setup, and I was getting overwhelmed. So I just sort of said, you know what? I'm just not going to let it bother me when I don't short a top or find a good bounce. I'm going to concentrate on what I think I'm reasonable at doing and just concentrate on that and not worrying about the other stuff. It doesn't mean that I'll never ever take a like short something at the top or try to take a bounce ever, but it's not what I'm looking for. Even though I do have a couple of scans when you look at my scans. In fact, good segue into one last look at my homepage for the week. Yeah, and of course, William is saying, but I've got just because something went really high or looking parabolic, he still has rules about well, which one will he take? And something that got beaten up, he still has rules. It's just it's not. It's just like all of these alerts I get. Doesn't mean because I get an alert, even though it's meeting my filter requirements and all, doesn't mean I just take the trade. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Steph, in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see before I get to my scans. Just one last look at my promo code. And the reason guys, the reason I harp on it is because if you're going to take out a subscription in the future, just use my code. It's that simple. It really helps to keep the room free. It's a free room, as you know. So it really helps to keep the room free if you use my code. So I'm not saying to take out a subscription right now or anything, but if you're going to do it in the future, use my code. And that's 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All right. And then they're getting started. 10 short videos to get you going. Okay. Especially top lists and alert windows. Okay. And if you're new to Trading 101, a whole series of videos designed just for you if you're new to trading, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. I do not think it triggered almost 100%. Well, I know it didn't trigger because it didn't trigger yet by yesterday. So trade of the week was AI. Yeah, and I think the trigger was 2650 maybe or something like that. So never got there. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just sort of a non-event. And the education section is here, and then here are my scans. Okay. So this is what I was talking about. I mean, I actually do have a bouncers and toppers scan. I mean, sometimes when the momentum plays don't seem to be working as well for me as I would like, yeah, sometimes I'll go to my bouncers and toppers. And if you load that, you'll see stocks that are fairly parabolic on the way up or fairly parabolic on the way down. And we're trying to maybe see where the top could be or the bottom could be. And that's what the bouncers and toppers. There are two scans in there. One's for bounces and one's for tops. And daily reversal is not that's not the same. Daily reversal, though, you might be interested in something like that. That's a stock that was beaten down one day and then the next day it's up. Or the reverse, stock that went high one day, that like the previous day, and then down today. So you might want to take a look at that. I don't have it up and running. I don't have this one up and running. I only have the only ones I have actually up and running right now is this race right here. I've got my Halter zooms. I've got the relative strength leaders. I've got the upside movers versus downside movers. And then on my other monitor that you can't see, I've got my momentum scan and I've got my breakout scan. That's it. And this is really the active scan. Okay. There's a lot of alerts that come through here all day, but look at my breakout scan. Not very many. Ninth. And usually there's few at the very beginning of the day and just not that many later on. But you can see how they're kind of spaced out. So it's not like you're overwhelmed with 10 alerts all at once. Great trade. Yes, great trade because I know you got in earlier and before it pulled back at all, it got up to $13. Great trade. Great trade. Here's the IBRX guys making another new high. Another new high. So this is, certainly what we call an alpha stock. Basically been strong all day. Market was strong early, and then doing this. This is not doing IBRX is not doing what the SPY is doing. That is what we call an alpha stock. Basically, a stock that is trading on its own, not caring very much about what the market's doing or its overall sector is doing. And that's very typical of a bio. Okay, those little bios. Give me one moment. So I do see that ITRM is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I know I mentioned that before. So this is not even close to trying to hold its gains. I did get up to 231, a nice move. Got halted, of course. FDA approval popped up, came back down, had a nice move up, but now appears to be giving it up. My computer's getting tired after a week of hard work. I see Rocket is on its way down. RKT, it has earnings coming up October 31st, so next week. So, guys, this is what I've been typically doing at around 2 o'clock. I will put myself on mute. I'll answer questions if you have any. If I have anything I want to say, I'll of course pop back on. But basically, putting myself on mute at around 2 o'clock. I'm not going anywhere, but I do have to leave at 2:30. So William says he's going to keep the room open until 3:30, the main room. Okay, so what William says is if the SPY hits 578 before 2:30, so it's at 579 now. Oh, go long. I thought you meant you're gonna go. Hey, just give me one moment, guys. One moment. I'll be right back. Fun if it takes out the high. It could get going again, guys. I mean, I'm going to be maybe tempted. 1046 is the high of the day, and yeah, 1046 is the high of the day, and again, only because it's got all this room, $13. But I know, I'm repeating myself over and over again. But the reason it went down, the reason is still there. Okay, with the CEO abruptly leaving. So IBRX, yeah, just made another new high. So that red line, what does that red line mean? That is the next high on a daily chart. Okay. I backed out this daily chart. Well, you can't even see it on the weekly. You have to go back a long. Let me go to a monthly chart. I can tell what month probably. Yeah. So this month right here. So in July, there was a daily high in the month of July. Now, if you're wondering, well, how do we get that red line? Sort of embarrassing. I do have this other scan that I look at from a multi-strategy window. When you click on an alert, you will get it will show you where the next high is on a daily chart, only from a multi-strategy window. And it's embarrassing in that it should happen from an alert window because all a multi-strategy window is two, two scans, two alert windows in there in this one. There's no setting. It just is automatically drawing it. There's no setting. But only originates from a multi-strategy window. Yeah, it's on my homepage, stocks. It's on my homepage. So go to my homepage. He's looking for that scan. Forgot I had that. I'll go over it right now, in fact, because it's I think it'll be a lot it'll be pretty interesting going forward. We're really getting into earnings season. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, click here. Here's the scan section. So there it is. Okay, gap continuation or reverse. Okay. So what it looks for, I have 4 scans in here. I have 4 different scans, okay? And typically what a multi-strategy window is used for people, if you've only got one monitor and you're trying to assemble all your alert windows into one screen into one one alert window, call it, okay? So if I had now, I would also say you shouldn't have so many alert windows unless you've got some alert windows that just don't give you very many alerts all day long. You don't want you wouldn't want to have this one and 4 others that are super active like this one. You'll get overwhelmed as an example, okay? But and so that's typically what the use of a multi-strategy window is. You can take notice these are all different. These are just individual scans. I have 4 scans in here. So I've got the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. So the gap up and go, when you get the alert, and it's color coded, so when it's green, when you get the alert, what that means is the stock gapped up and then it made a new high. Other filters in place, minimum volume and things like that, but that's the gist of it. Gap down and reverse, that means the stock that gapped down and now it's starting to reverse. Now, again, it doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing. Neither does this mean it's going to keep going higher. But at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. And then the gap up and reverse, stock gapped up and reversing, and then the gap down and go, stock gap down, and it started kept moving down. Okay. Yeah, William, I am a little surprised about this one, the SKX. I mean, it's gone negative. Not only is it, given up its pre-market gains, but it's actually gone negative, and it's been basically negative all day. This is an earnings play, and it's not just because I'm surprised because, obviously the reaction to earnings was pretty good. Actually, the reaction was after hours yesterday. And then here's, pre-market. But it's the fact that a lot of analysts basically started to look at this. JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley. Um, I think there were 3 or 4 analysts putting anywhere from $80 to $84 price targets. So now maybe next week, but obviously had, well, initial great reaction to earnings, and then you would think, coupled with the all those analysts putting price targets quite a bit above the current price, you would have thought that this would not happen, and that's why you just never know with the market. Well, guys, I see fun just made a high now. And I shouldn't say fun. PHUN. There is a symbol fun. Okay, so or a stock fund, but we're talking PHUN. William, did you go long the SPY? I noticed it got down to 578.54 or so. Nice tease, Captain. Well, you said you would, though. You said you would. If it got down to 578, you would go long the SPY. Oh, a break of 578. Oh, okay, I see. I see WoW down here. I haven't seen WoW for a while. I see WoW down here, though. Amen. A wide open west. Another one. Well, you can tell if it can take out maybe next week. I don't know. 570. It's got room to 786 on the monthly chart anyway. Another big drop. Been kind of basing for 6 months or so. Dead money. But who knows? Maybe it's starting to go now. Funny man, William. I mean, look at this one. This was a really nice one all day. I mean, hardly any, just gently moving higher and higher. Look at the float, 138 million. That is, kind of typical of a relatively large float. I don't know why it went up. It was moving higher the last 2 days. Still has some room on a weekly chart anyway. 24.37, so a little over $1. GLXG, okay. I don't see that anywhere, but let's take a look at GLXG. Fun, guys. Are you having fun yet? I'm not in it. I'm not in it, PHUN, but it is, the break over 1050, but I did not take it. GLA, I got to type it in right. You don't mean new today. Yeah, okay. You mean new last or a few weeks ago? Yeah. No, actually, it's pretty good. I mean, I do remember this one, the Galaxy payroll. I don't remember where it's out of. Out of China, okay, Hong Kong, China, and yeah. So this is actually a pretty successful. Probably was a $4 IPO, maybe not more than five anyway. So this has been really good, actually. You had to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks, but yeah, it's been pretty good. I would call this definitely a successful IPO. Ooh, I wish I were in fun now. I mean, this could really, I mean, this is really zip now. I mean, it's zipping now on that 1050 break, but okay, guys, I think I will put myself on mute now. So if you've got a question, please don't be shy. You can ask me a question. I'll come right back on the mic. Okay. Okay. So I'm muting myself now. So I did see ZK down here somewhere earlier. I did see it down here in this upside movers. Didn't take it, but did see it. And you're right. This is an all dayer. Well, William, your sketcher, if I'll call it your sketcher, there's a low right there, 59.39. 59.39 on the weekly chart for SKH, SKX. That was back in when? That was back in March of this year. So it's getting close to that low. Good one, Busra, in our YouTube room regarding the IBRX. Well, risky as heck, but there's UPXI and it's above the VWAP. 1111 is the VWAP, but there it is. You're welcome, Busra. You too. No kidding, Ovi. I saw this one, I think I mentioned this one in the pre-market, but as one that might have a wait. But look at this. Yeah, CNC just gave it up all day, basically all day as an earnings play. I mean, it's still up 5% or so, but it really just, this was like a gap up and reverse. That's the CNC. Yeah. Well, IBRX has now gone completely parabolic. And, I mean, look at the news. I mean, it dosed its first patients in its phase one. And this is the reaction. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available. This has now gone completely parabolic in the last quite 30 minutes. I mean, there's your high in the monthly chart is 763. I mean, if it takes that out, then next high is way up here at $10. Not saying it's going to get there, but just looking at these charts for IBRX. Okay, guys, I know I said 2:30, but it's 9 minutes from now. I think I'll wrap it up now. Again, thanks for all the help all the week long, and we'll do this starting again Monday morning. I'll get on that mic at 9 o'clock Monday morning. So before I do leave, though, I will put my homepage link into our YouTube room. All you have to do, if you want to keep talking stocks, you can come into the main room. William will keep that room open until 3:30. Okay. You click on my homepage link at the top, you'll see trading room. Somewhere near the top, you'll see something that says trading room. Just click on that. That will get you into the main room. Okay. Uh, okay. So, guys, have to shut you guys down right now, the YouTubers. So I'm shutting you guys down right now.